The torch was already burning when Theo woke. Flame crawled along the oil-soaked cloth wrapped around its head, close enough for the heat to sting his knuckles. Beyond it stood a wooden pyre surrounded by hundreds of people. A young woman was chained above the kindling. Her silver hair hung in dirty strands around a bloodless face. Iron restraints pinned her wrists apart, one fastened to the post behind her, and the other connected to a blackened length of chain. Her torn gray dress offered little protection against the winter air. She could not have been older than 23. Theo stared at her. The woman stared back. There was no plea in her clear blue eyes. Only exhaustion and the hard stillness of someone who had already been refused mercy too many times to ask again. Lord Vale, the voice came from his right. A temple official waited beside the pyre, dressed in white robes embroidered with red flame. On Theo's left stood an armored man whose hand rested near his sword. Behind them, the crowd filled Ironvale's execution square from the courthouse steps to the narrow streets beyond. They were all waiting for him to lower the torch. A spear of pain passed through Theo's skull. Names, laws, debts, and half-formed memories poured into him. Theo Vale, 19 years old, hereditary Lord of Ironvale. The previous Lord Vale had died weeks ago, leaving the city to a son known for indecision, expensive wine, and avoiding every responsibility that could not be solved by issuing an order. Those memories did not belong to Theo. His own name had been Theo Hart. He had been 34, an industrial systems engineer, and very recently dead. The final memory was not heroic. There had been no speeding truck, burning building, or act of self-sacrifice. Only fluorescent office lights at 2 in the morning, an unfinished failure report, a supervisor saying the whole team depended on him. A pain spreading across his chest while he continued typing, because the deadline mattered more than whatever his body was trying to tell him, than darkness. Now he was holding a torch in front of a woman about to be burned alive. "My lord," the temple official repeated. "The sentence awaits your confirmation." Theo forced his attention back to the pyre. What was her crime? Unease moved through Theo's square. The official's expression tightened. "The judgment was read before your arrival." Read it again. The armored man glanced at Theo, but the temple official unfolded a narrow document. "The accused is an unregistered witch named Iris. She concealed her corruption, entered the Western military foundry, and stole the sacred fire from a furnace during production. The furnace failed. A batch of levy steel was destroyed, and 4 workers suffered injuries." A murmur rose from the crowd. "Witch, burn her. My brother worked that furnace." Theo heard every word, but his attention had settled on Iris' restraints. The iron around her left wrist was covered in frost, not a thin layer caused by the morning cold. White crystals had spread across the shackle, along 3 links of chain, and halfway across the metal brace behind her. The restraint on her right wrist was different. The iron had turned dark blue. The skin beneath it was blistered, cold on one side, heat on the other. The blackened chain ran between both restraints through a metal ring set into the post. Theo looked at Iris. "Did you steal the furnace's heat?" Her expression barely changed. "I moved it." The temple official raised his voice. "The accused has already confessed." Theo ignored him. "Where did you move it?" "I don't know." "You must have known." "Moved it somewhere." Her eyes narrowed. She had expected fear or condemnation. Questions seemed to disturb her more. "The furnace door was iron," she said. "The chain around my hands touched it. When the heat became unbearable, I pushed it away." "Into what?" "The other end of the chain. The floor. The tools. Anything colder." The official stepped forward. "My lord, witches often describe their corruption as if it were a natural craft. That does not change what she is." Theo looked at the frost, the burned iron, and the continuous path between them. She did not extinguish heat. She transferred it. The distinction was the difference between a curse and a process. Theo lowered the torch. The crowd surged with approval. Then he turned and thrust the burning end into a bucket of sand. The flame died with a hiss. Silence struck the square. Theo faced the guards. "Suspend the execution." For one heartbeat, no one moved. Then the temple official said, "My lord, I want a controlled demonstration." The silence broke into outrage. People shouted from every side. Someone threw a clump of frozen mud that landed short of the platform. Guards tightened their line around the pyre. The armored man beside Theo stepped closer. "My lord, I am Captain Roder Hale. If this is uncertainty caused by your father's death, I advise we continue the sentence and discuss the matter privately." Theo heard the warning beneath the formality. The new lord had inherited a bankrupt city, unpaid soldiers, and little public respect. Stopping a lawful execution in front of an angry crowd could destroy what remained of his authority. Lighting the pyre would be easier. That thought decided it. I'm not pardoning her. Theo said loudly enough for the square to hear. I'm reviewing whether the stated cause of the foundry accident is accurate. If Ironvale burned every worker after an equipment failure, we would have no city left. She is not a worker. The temple official said. She is a witch. And if her power destroyed the furnace? I want to know how before we kill the only person who may understand it. The crowd did not become calmer, but the argument changed. Fear remained. So did anger. Yet, among the curses, Theo heard the first uncertain whispers. The foundry was failing. Everyone in Ironvale knew it. Reuter studied Theo's face. What do you require? A brazier, a barrel of water, iron rods, copper tubing if the city has any. And the master responsible for the foundry? The temple official stared. You intend to let her perform witchcraft in the square? Yes, she could kill someone. That is why this will be controlled. Iris gave a quiet, humorless laugh. Theo looked up at her. What? You have been awake for less than an hour, Lord Vale, and you already speak as if anything here is under control. A few nearby guards heard her. None laughed. Theo could not blame them. Neither did he. Then help me improve the odds. Her gaze returned to the bucket where the torch had died. You haven't said what happens if your demonstration succeeds. You won't be executed today. Today. Theo felt the trap in his own answer. She felt it too. He had spent his previous life accepting vague promises from people who needed one more report, one more weekend, one more sacrifice. Now he had offered the same shape of bargain to a chained woman. He chose his next words carefully. If the test proves your power can be controlled, I will invoke Ironvale's sanctuary clause and suspend your sentence pending a formal city hearing. The temple official's face hardened. The sanctuary clause protects voluntary contributors. It was never intended to shield witches from lawful temple judgment. It remains part of Ironvale's founding charter. For free persons, Theo looked at Iris. Then, remove the execution chains and place her under city custody for the duration of her under city custody. The test? Reuter's hand tightened on his sword. My lord, keep your guards. Clear the front of the platform. Nobody touches the equipment without permission. Reuter held his gaze for several seconds before turning to his soldiers. You heard him. Move the crowd back. The square erupted again. This time, the guards moved with purpose. The pyre was dismantled enough to bring Iris down without cutting the main restraints. She stumbled when her feet touched the stones. A guard caught her arm, then released it quickly when frost spread over his gauntlet. I said nobody touches her without warning, Theo said. Reuter gave him a sharp look. You said the equipment. She is part of the test. Iris' mouth curved without amusement. At least you admit it. Before Theo could answer, a broad-shouldered man in a scorched leather apron pushed through the guards. He was in his early 50s, with iron-gray hair, a heavy beard, and forearms marked by a lifetime of sparks. He looked at the extinguished torch, the half-dismantled pyre, and Iris standing under guard. Then he looked at Theo. What foolishness requires my copper? Bram called her, Master called her, if a lord intends to waste materials that cost more than his boots. Theo glanced down. The boots were polished black leather, completely unsuitable for a foundry, and probably worth several workers' monthly wages. Fair. Bram seemed disappointed that the insult had not started an argument. Theo showed him the restraint arrangement and explained the transfer as simply as he could. Bram listened with the expression of a man being asked to forge a sword from rain. When Theo finished, Bram examined the copper tube a worker had brought. You want the witch to pull heat from the brazier, carry it through iron, then put it into a barrel. Yes. With this tube entering the water? Yes, no. Theo paused. Why? Because if she heats the copper faster than the water can move around it, you'll flash boil a pocket against the metal. The joint may kick loose and spray anyone standing here. Theo looked at the barrel. He had been thinking an energy flow, not local boiling behavior. What would you change? Bram grunted. Coil more copper through the barrel. Submerge the full length. Fasten the outlet even though nothing should pass through it. Give the heat more surface, he pointed at the stones, and move it off the wooden platform unless your demonstration includes a second execution. Reuter ordered the adjustment. Theo watched Bram reposition the equipment with 2 foundry workers. Their hands moved faster than Theo's mind because this was their world, not his. That was useful. Modern knowledge could tell Theo which questions to ask. It could not replace men who understood Ironvale's materials, tools, and failures. When the arrangement was ready, Iris remained beside the brazier with one wrist connected to an iron rod. A chain linked the other restraint to the copper coil in the water barrel. Reuter placed guards behind shields at a distance. The crowd had been forced to the edges of the square, though nobody had left. Theo stood where Iris could see him. You can refuse the test. The temple official turned sharply. "My lord," Theo continued, "if you refuse, your execution remains suspended until the hearing. But without evidence, I cannot promise the hearing will end in your favor." Iris studied him. "You need this to work more than I do." "No. If it fails, I look like a fool. If it kills you, you die. An unusually honest lord." "I'm new." That earned the smallest change in her expression. Not a smile. Perhaps the memory of one. She lifted her chained hands. "The brazier is the source. The iron is the path. The water is where you want the heat to go. Can you control how quickly?" "Sometimes." Bram swore beneath his breath. Theo asked, "What determines it? How much heat there is? How far it moves? What it moves through? How tired I am? Anything else? How frightened I am?" The crowd shouted another curse. Iris looked toward the sound. Frost thickened over the iron in her left hand. Theo stepped between her and the crowd, not close enough to touch. "Watch the brazier." She did. "Move slowly. If the copper shakes, Bram will call the stop. If you feel pain, you call it. Either call ends the test." Bram gave Theo a skeptical look. "And if you call it, then it ends." Iris wrapped her fingers around the iron rod. The coals in the brazier glowed orange. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the air changed. The heat against Theo's face weakened. White crept across the outer rim of the brazier, first like dust, then like winter racing over a window. Someone in the crowd screamed. The orange coals dimmed beneath a skin of frost. At the water barrel, the copper coil clicked. Bubbles formed around it. A guard whispered a prayer. Steam lifted from the surface. The brazier froze solid. The barrel began to tremble. "Enough," Bram said. Iris did not release the rod. Her jaw had locked. "Iris," Theo said. "Stop." The frost climbed past the brazier and along the iron path toward her hand. Steam thickened over the water. "Iris," her fingers opened. The transfer ended. For an instant, the square remained caught between winter and boiling water. Then, one of the copper joints screamed. Bram lunged toward the nearest worker and knocked him aside. The joint tore loose. A jet of hot water burst across the stones where the man had been standing and splashed the edge of a guard's boot. He fell with a shout. Rotor's soldiers raised their shields. The crowd recoiled as one body. Theo ran to the guard, but Bram was already there, cutting away the scalded leather before trapped heat could deepen the burn. "Cool water," Bram ordered. "Not ice." A worker rushed to obey. Theo looked toward Iris. She stood where she had been, breathing hard, both hands open. The temple official seized a moment. "You see, this is the danger we warned you of." "Yes," Theo said. The man clearly had not expected agreement. Theo rose and faced the crowd. The transfer worked. The apparatus did not. He pointed to the failed joint. The danger was real. It was also identifiable. Master Calder predicted this exact kind of failure, and our fastening was still inadequate. That is not proof the power is safe. It is proof that blaming every failure on a curse teaches us nothing. The burned guard clenched his teeth as water flowed over his ankle. Theo turned to Rotor. His treatment and lost duty pay come from the Lord's household account. Rotor's expression shifted slightly. "You are accepting responsibility?" "You're accepting responsibility." "I ordered the test." The crowd did not applaud. Theo had not expected them to. But when the guards escorted Iris away from the dismantled pyre, no one threw another stone. The temple courthouse overlooked the square from behind tall red doors. Inside, the official cited 3 decrees, 2 temple judgments, and a century of precedent stating that witches constituted a threat to sacred and civil order. Theo listened long enough to understand the legal boundary. The Kingdom of Valeria allowed regional charters to govern local labor, asylum, and civic contribution. Temple law controlled witch registration and public risk, but Ironvale's founding charter predated several later restrictions. The Sanctuary Clause had originally protected miners, engineers, healers, and religious refugees, willing to contribute during the city's founding. It did not mention witches. That omission was the only opening Theo had. Iris demonstrated a potentially useful capacity under city supervision, he said. "I am granting provisional sanctuary until a hearing determines whether she qualifies as a voluntary contributor." The official folded his hands. She was not voluntary when she entered the military foundry. Iris stood between 2 guards near the wall. "I was starving," she said. "The foreman offered food if I carried coal. He did not ask what I was." The official's eyes hardened. "And when discovered, you damaged the furnace. When the chain around my wrists touched the furnace door, I panicked. You admit losing control?" "Yes." The single word carried more courage than any denial would have. Theo said. Then the hearing will include the foundry's restraints, supervision and decision to place an unknown prisoner beside military equipment. The official looked as though Theo had insulted the temple itself. Perhaps he had. The local court will respect your provisional jurisdiction, the man said. But this matter will be reported. I expected it. You inherited a city already close to forfeiting its charter, Lord Vale. I advise you not to test which institution will claim its ashes. He left without waiting to be dismissed. Rhoda remained. What now? Assign Iris a secure room in the keep, with chains? No. Rhoda looked toward her frost-covered restraint. If she attacks someone, then restrain her. Until then, guards outside the door. Windows, barred if they already are. I'm not renovating a prison to pretend it's a guest room. Iris watched the exchange. Rhoda said, she could cool the lock until the metal becomes brittle. Bram, who had remained to give evidence about the demonstration, snorted. Not that lock. It'll bind before it breaks and she'll freeze her fingers trying. Iris turned to him. Your confidence is touching. My confidence is in the lock. Rhoda almost smiled. Almost. The rumor crossed Ironvale before they reached the keep. The new lord had spared a witch. The witch had frozen sacred fire. The witch had boiled a man inside his armor. Theo had been bewitched. Theo had always been mad. The details changed with every street. At the keep, Iris's assigned room had a narrow bed, a wash basin, one shuttered window, and no restraints fixed to the wall. Roder inspected it himself. A guard removed the shackles from Iris' wrists using padded tools, and stepped away. The flesh beneath the right cuff was blistered. The left was pale from cold. Theo said, "Send a physician." Iris rubbed, feeling into her fingers. "Temple physician? The city has others. Most will refuse. Then find one who won't." Roder gave the guard the order. When everyone else left, Iris remained beside the open door. "You said I could work for protection," she said. Theo leaned against the corridor wall. His body felt exhausted, though the day had barely begun. "I said that badly. You said it clearly. I made it sound as if your choice was work or execution, isn't it?" "No." She waited. Theo had the uncomfortable sense that she could identify vague language as quickly as Bram identified bad metal. "Your sentence is suspended until review," he said. "That does not depend on you accepting whatever work I offer. I want one supervised assessment at the foundry. You may refuse it. If you accept, we decide the conditions before it begins. And after the hearing? I don't know yet. Another honest answer. I seem to have inherited very few useful ones." Iris glanced around the room. "If I refuse the assessment, will these guards remain outside my door?" "Yes." "If I accept?" "Yes." "So trust has not entered the arrangement." "No, good." Theo blinked. "I would have worried if you claimed otherwise," she said. "One assessment. No promise beyond that." "Agreed." She closed the door. The lock remained unused. By midday, Theo understood why Ironvale had been willing to burn a potentially useful witch without asking what she could do. The city had too many immediate failures to imagine anything beyond the next one. The treasury contained enough coin for perhaps 1 month of essential payments, provided no bridge collapsed, no food convoy failed, and no soldier demanded all his back wages at once. 2 merchants had already left that morning. The garrison's flour ration had been reduced. Property rolls showed nearly a quarter of the city's homes abandoned. The mining reports were worse. The upper seams were nearly exhausted, while the lower workings had remained flooded since a support failure months earlier. The water reports were no better. Several lower ward wells had been closed after discoloration, and a foul mineral taste, forcing more residents to depend on the river intake. Theo moved from the treasury to the food ledger, from the food ledger to the military stores, and from there to a sealed royal notice waiting beneath his predecessor's unanswered correspondence. The document was concise. Ironvale had 6 months to demonstrate compliance with its tax, levy, and defensive obligations. Failure would result in revocation of the city charter. The Crown would appoint an administrator, seize civic assets, and redistribute protected dependents under royal and temple law. Protected dependents. Theo read the phrase twice. That would include Iris if he made her sanctuary permanent. Roeder found him standing over the document. "You should see the western wall before deciding what money remains." The wall was worse than the ledgers. Wind passed through cracks between stones large enough for Theo to insert his hand. One watch platform leaned outward. The northern mountains rose beyond the fields like broken teeth. Roeder rested a gauntlet on the parapet. The black tide crosses the pass before winter. Theo had seen the term in military accounts. What exactly is it? Monster migration. Burrowers, horned beasts, packs that follow heat and blood. Some years they remain north of the ridge. Some years they test the pass. And this year, we have fewer scouts, weaker walls, and unpaid soldiers. The monsters need not be worse. Theo looked down at the foundry district. 3 tall chimneys stood over rows of dark workshops. Only one produced smoke. If the foundry closes, we cannot repair the wall. We cannot equip the levee either. If we miss the levee, the charter is revoked. Yes. And if we meet it but ignore the wall. The black tide solves the legal problem by killing us. Rhoda regarded him with a dry expression. You understand Ironvale quickly. I understand linked failures. The Western Foundry had the smell of a place being kept alive by stubbornness. Coal smoke clung to the rafters. Broken tools filled bins for future repair. Workers moved around cold furnaces because there was nowhere else to go. Bram led Theo to the only active furnace. The inner lining is cracked. The shutters leak. Fuel quality changes every cart. We can make heat, but we cannot hold the same heat twice. He pulled a warped spearhead from a scrap pile. This batch softened at the edge. That one became brittle. The army does not care how little coal we had. Steel either holds or it does not. Theo turned the spearhead over. What temperature changes ruin the batch? Bram named ranges in the language of color, time, and experience. Cherry red, bright red. How long scale formed? How quickly the edge stopped responding beneath the hammer. Theo listened. He did not ask for exact degrees. Ironvale had no instrument capable of giving them, and pretending otherwise would only translate Bram's knowledge into useless numbers. Where does the furnace lose heat? Door cracks. Upper left draft when the wind turns. Lower bed when ash builds. Where does it become too hot? Bram pointed. Before Theo could ask Iris, she stepped closer to the furnace. The guards moved with her. She ignored them and held one palm several inches from the outer brick. Here, she said. Bram frowned. That wall is colder. Outside, she pointed higher. Heat is collecting behind the lining and escaping through the upper joint. Bram climbed the inspection platform and pressed a long iron tool against the brick. When he drew it back, the tip glowed. Faintly. His frown deepened. Iris moved along the furnace. Cold here. Hot beneath the door. The right shutter is losing less than the left. Bram checked each point. He did not compliment her. That would have been too much to expect. Instead he asked, "Can you feel through the brick?" "Only differences. Stronger if I touch it. And if the furnace is active, it becomes harder to separate one path from another." Bram turned to Theo. "She might find leaks. She might also correct them," Theo said. Bram's suspicion returned immediately. "You want her to heat the furnace?" "No. Fuel heats the furnace. She moves heat from where it is damaging the batch to where it is needed." Iris looked at the open furnace door. "You want me to stand beside that again? I want to build conductive paths that let you work from farther away." "With what copper?" Bram asked the same question at the same time. Theo looked around the nearly dead workshop. "With less than we want." The first plan lasted until Bram understood it. Then he tore it apart. "You cannot have her hold a path through an entire firing." "Why not?" "Because a firing is not one correction. Draft changes. Coal settles. Workers open the door. Metal enters cold and leaves hot. If your system depends on one woman standing here for every shift, you have not repaired a furnace. You have hired a new part that sleeps." Iris folded her arms. "I'm beginning to like him." Bram pointed at her. "You are also not touching my furnace until I know what happens when you faint." "I've never fainted." "Then neither of us knows." Looked at the furnace shutters, the cracked lining, and the scrap iron surrounding them. "Insulate what we can. Repair the shutters. Create a reservoir near the worst hot zone." Iris makes short corrections, then steps away. Bram considered it. A reservoir of what? Material capable of taking heat without deforming. At the temperatures you want. Brick and iron, perhaps. Copper for the path, not the sink. What about water? No. The answer was so immediate that Theo did not argue. They spent the next day building a small closed test rather than risking the main furnace. Bram supplied a brick heat chamber. Workers recovered copper from a collapsed bathhouse line. Iris inspected every connection. Theo established 3 roles. Bram controlled the heat process. Iris controlled whether she continued transferring, and a foundry foreman controlled worker evacuation. The first test failed in less than a minute. Iris moved heat from the chamber toward the brick and iron sink. The source cooled as intended. The sink heated far faster than Theo's estimate. A copper section softened and sagged. "Stop," Bram ordered. Iris released the path. The hot section tore free and struck the stone floor. No one was injured, but the sink continued radiating heat long after the source had stabilized. Theo crouched behind the safety line and watched chalk marks darken on the surrounding brick. He had underestimated throughput. More importantly, he had treated the sink as an endpoint rather than a component that could saturate. Again, he said. No, Iris replied. He looked up. Pale blue lines had appeared beneath the skin around her wrists. Her breathing was too shallow. The test is over, she said. The foreman stared at the chamber. The iron inside is still usable. If she makes one correction... No, Iris repeated. We have already burned the coal. Theo stood. How much is the test material worth? The foreman named a figure that made the treasury ledger flash through Theo's mind. One more correction could save it. Iris was still standing. She had not collapsed. She might manage it. The thought came easily, too easily. It was the same thought that had kept Theo Hart in office while his chest tightened. The work was almost done. The cost had already been paid, and everyone depended on one more effort. Open the chamber and quench the batch, Theo said. The foreman stared. My lord, that test is finished. We will lose all of it. Yes. Bram moved first, ordering workers to isolate the chamber. Iris stayed beside the wall until the lines beneath her skin faded. When the ruined metal finally landed in the scrap bin, the sound carried through the workshop. No one thanked Theo. He was glad. A decision did not become moral because the person making it received gratitude. That evening, Theo, Iris and Bram sat around a scarred worktable with a failed copper section between them. Bram tapped the softened metal. Too much heat through too little path. Theo wrote it down. Iris pointed at the brick sink. And nowhere for the heat to go after that. Theo wrote that down too. The source matters, he said. How much heat is available? The path matters, Bram added. Joints. The sink matters, Iris said. And how full it already is. The rate matters. Throughput, Theo said. Bram scowled at the unfamiliar word. How much moves at once, Theo translated. And me, Iris said. She touched the fading lines around her wrist. Theo nodded. Saturation. She looked at the word he had written. Things fill, she said. Metal. Water. Stone. Witches. 5 questions remained on the page. Source. Path. Sink. Throughput. Saturation. Oh. Not laws of magic. Not yet. Only the shape of their first failure. It was enough to begin again. Bram repaired the furnace shutters and replaced the worst lining sections. Workers reinforced the copper path with iron supports and moved the sink farther from occupied stations. Iris marked where she could safely make contact. Theo created timed transfer windows and a written record for every correction. They agreed on a visible shutdown threshold before lighting the furnace. The foreman objected to placing authority in the hands of a witch. Bram answered before Theo could. If she is the one who feels the strain first, she calls it first. The second batch began before dawn. Ordinary coal brought the furnace to heat. Bram judged the metal by color and response. Iris corrected the upper hot zone in 3 brief transfers, moving excess heat into the prepared sink. The first correction lasted 12 breaths. The second lasted 8. The third lasted 4. Then, she stepped away. The furnace held. Bram ordered the spearheads removed at the exact moment he wanted them. Workers quenched and tempered the pieces under his direction. No pipe burst. No copper softened. No witch collapsed. By midday, 6 finished spearheads lay on the testing bench. Bram examined the first, bent it under controlled force, then struck its edge against a standard plate. He repeated the process with all 6. Theo waited. Iris pretended not to. Bram finally placed the last spearhead beside the others. They are not exceptional. The foreman's shoulders fell. Bram continued. They are the same. Theo looked at the row. That is good. My best work is better. My worst work is better. My worst work is worse. These 6 behave as if one smith made them from one bar on one perfect day. He picked up a warped spearhead from the old scrap pile and threw it beside the new row. Ironvale does not need one masterpiece. It needs 500 weapons that do not break differently. The workers gathered closer. One of them said, "The witch made the steel." Bram turned on him. "I made the steel." The man shrank back. Bram pointed at Iris. She controlled the heat. Then at the repaired shutters. They held it. Then at the workers. They rebuilt the furnace. Finally. He looked at Theo. And the Lord asked enough irritating questions that we discovered why the first attempt nearly killed us. Theo accepted the assessment. It was more generous than he deserved. The military quartermaster was less impressed. He arrived with 2 soldiers, inspected the spearheads, and set one down as though it had been contaminated. My orders do not authorize witch steel. The steel is ordinary, Theo said. The process is not. Then test the product without knowing which process made each piece. The quartermaster looked at him. You would stake the shipment on that, yes? Bram selected spearheads from the new batch and the remaining conventional stock. A clerk marked them beneath waxed wraps so the testers could not identify their origin. The trial took place in the quartermaster's yard. Each spearhead was mounted, struck, bent, and driven against the same armored target. The first conventional head cracked at the socket. The second bent, a witch-assisted piece held, then another. One failed, but it failed within the military's accepted range. By the end of the test, the difference was not miraculous. It was worse for the quartermaster. It was measurable. He studied the results for a long time. I will accept one small shipment, he said. Inspection on delivery. Any irregularity voids the payment. Theo extended his hand. The quartermaster looked at it, then at the foundry workers watching from the gate. He shook. The payment arrived 4 days later. It was not enough to repair the wall, refill the treasury, or satisfy the levy. It was enough to pay the foundry crew a portion of their overdue wages. Theo ordered the coins distributed before the keep purchased anything beyond food, fuel, copper, and medicine. Workers formed a line outside the foundry office. Some counted the money twice. One old laborer pressed his forehead to the pay clerk's desk before leaving with his shoulders shaking. Theo watched from across the yard. Roeder stood beside him. You could have held part of it for the garrison, the captain said. I did. Not enough. There isn't enough for anyone. Roeder looked toward the workers. At least these men will return tomorrow. And that was the idea. And was the idea. The witch? Iris stood inside the workshop beside Bram, arguing over whether his descriptions of furnace color could be converted into consistent marks. She needs a contract. Roeder's expression sharpened. Sanctuary is not settled. Her work is. Theo met Iris in a small civic office with 2 copies of the proposed agreement. He had written defined hours, wages, rest periods, medical observation, termination rights, access to records, and a statement that the contract could not be transferred. Iris read every line. Her finger stopped near the termination clause. And if one day I cannot do this anymore? Theo looked at her. Transfer heat. Give Ironvale anything worth paying for. The question reached deeper than the contract. And he did not have an answer he trusted yet. Then we deal with what is true when that day comes, he said. Iris held his gaze for a moment, then continued reading. When she finished, she pushed the papers back. Theo waited. She tapped the section describing supervisor authority. It says the process ends if the master smith or workshop supervisor calls a shutdown. What if I discover danger after the metal is in the furnace? Theo remembered the ruined test batch. He took the pen. What wording do you want? She watched him closely. The operator may stop any process she believes is causing or approaching harm to her. No supervisor, master, official, or lord may order continuation before review. Theo wrote it. Iris read the new clause twice. You know this allows me to ruin an expensive batch. Yes, you know I may be wrong. Yes, and you will still sign it, if we cannot design around a safe stop. The process is already defective. For the first time, Iris smiled without bitterness. It was brief. That made it matter more. She signed. Theo signed beneath her. The first full shipment departed Ironvale on the 14th day after the execution. Wagons rolled past the square where the pyre had stood. Citizens gathered to watch. No one cheered Iris when she appeared beside the foundry crew. They did not welcome her. They did not apologize. But the people nearest the road moved aside instead of reaching for stones. Fear remained in their faces. So did calculation. The witch had nearly been burned for destroying a furnace. Now Ironvale's first reliable shipment in months existed because she had helped control one. That contradiction would take longer than 14 days to resolve. Theo was willing to give it time. Aga was willing to give it time. A messenger found him before the wagons reached the gate. The local temple had sent a formal report to Senior Inquisitor Helena Ward. She would review Iris Sanctuary, the public demonstration, and any witchcraft used in military production. Roeder read the notice over Theo's shoulder. That sounds unfriendly. It sounds inevitable. The workshop cannot remain inside the old foundry if the temple intends to inspect it. Theo looked across the yard. Beside the foundry stood an abandoned warehouse with a sagging roof, broken windows, and enough empty floor to separate heat paths, storage, and people. Bram followed his gaze. No. Theo pointed. Clear it. It needs a roof. Then repair the roof. It needs ventilation. Add it. Fire breaks. New doors. Proper material storage. Write a list. Bram's eyes narrowed. You think one successful batch means you can build an industry around a witch? No? Theo watched the wagons pass through Ironvale's gate. One successful batch means we know what to test next. Behind them, workers carried the first tools into the abandoned warehouse. The first roof beam came down before noon. It struck the warehouse floor hard enough to shake dust from every remaining rafter. Workers scattered across the open space while Bram stood beneath the doorway, arms folded, wearing the expression of a man whose prediction had been vindicated too quickly to enjoy it. Theo stared at the broken timber. You said the roof needed repair. I said it needed replacing. You said it needed a roof. Those words mean different things to people who build things. A carpenter climbed down from the wall and kicked through the rotten core of the fallen beam. The north side is worse, he said. We can preserve the stone walls, but half the timber has taken water for years. Theo revised the cost in his notebook. It was already more than the city could afford. Use sound timber from the abandoned granary, he said. The southern one. Not the store still holding grain. Bram grunted. You remembered there were two. I read the inventory. You read the inventory after ordering men beneath a rotten roof. That is also true. Iris stood near the entrance with a guard several paces. Behind her, her silver hair had been washed, though unevenly cut ends still showed where knots had been removed. She wore a plain dark dress beneath a borrowed wool coat. You admit mistakes quickly, she said. It saves time. Does it prevent the next one? Apparently, not yet. The corner of her mouth moved. Bram pointed toward the street. Both of you out until the carpenters finish the dangerous section. If the Lord dies under a beam, I refuse to explain it to the treasury. Theo obeyed. It took 9 days to make the warehouse safe enough for permanent work. During that time, everyone discovered that proper witch workshop meant something different. Bram wanted fire breaks between every furnace, dry material storage, high ventilation, lifting rails, and the right to reject any piece of metal regardless of who had ordered it. Quality is mine, he said during the first planning meeting. You may set prices, contracts, schedules, and whatever other nonsense keeps nobles occupied. No official tells me defective steel is acceptable because the levy is late. Theo marked the requirement on the floor plan. Final authority over metal quality remains with the master smith, not remains. It becomes real again. It becomes real again. Your father's clerks overruled me twice last winter. Theo did not defend a dead man whose memories already contained enough neglected warnings. Then, it becomes real again. Iris studied the plan from the other side of the table. I want to private to try. Changing room. Bram glanced up. You will be wearing work clothes. I did not ask what I would be wearing. Theo added a partitioned room. And predictable hours, Iris continued. Not a schedule that changes every time a merchant arrives. Reasonable. I see every record taken about me. Theo paused. What records? How long I transfer. When my mark changes. What I touch. How quickly I recover. You intend to measure everything. I intend to understand what makes the work safe. And every record describing my body becomes valuable to someone who wants to use another witch the same way. Theo looked at her. She was not objecting to measurement. She was objecting to ownership of the information. You receive copies, he said. No medical record leaves Civic Works without your permission unless required during a public safety investigation. Who decides what qualifies? A rule we still need. A rule we still need. To write, that means you, for now. Her eyes remained on him for another moment. For now, she repeated. Captain Roeder arrived with his own list. He wanted 2 emergency exits, unobstructed evacuation lanes, controlled entry, guard access to manual shutdowns, and an alarm loud enough to be heard over hammers. The guards answer to me, Bram said. I cannot run a foundry if armored men stop work every time a coal shovel falls. The guards answer to public safety, Roeder replied. Not production. And who'd production? Decides when the two conflict. Theo looked from one man to the other. Bram controls metal quality and ordinary workshop operations. Iris controls whether she continues transferring. Roeder controls evacuation and immediate security. The workshop supervisor coordinates production but cannot overrule any of those authorities inside their areas. That is 4 people capable of stopping one line? Bram said. Yes. It will be slow, at first. Roeder, examine the plan. If the building catches fire, I do not wait for a debate. You order evacuation. And if Calder refuses, then you remove him. Bram smiled without humor. I would like to see him try. I have 12 guards, Roeder said. You will need 13. Iris looked at Theo. Is this how ordinary men establish cooperation? Often. Witches usually require fewer meetings. What do witches use? Threats. Bram tapped the table. We are wasting daylight. The workshop took shape through argument. Copper lines ran along the walls instead of beneath the floor so workers could inspect every joint. Heat reservoirs stood behind low stone barriers, separated from occupied stations. Manual valves remained accessible even if a magical operator collapsed. Warning plates marked hot routes, cold routes, and lines that could serve either function depending on the current transfer. The first version of the operating rules was posted at every entrance. Bram crossed out 3 sentences and rewrote them in language a worker could understand. Rotor added evacuation routes. Iris added a line stating that visible injury was not required before an operator stopped. Theo removed half a page of explanation after realizing no one would read it during an emergency. They named the building Civic Works Hall. Bram disliked the name because it sounded like a place where clerks assembled chairs. Theo chose it because calling it a witch workshop would imply that ordinary workers did not belong there. Iris disliked both explanations but accepted the result. Production moved into the hall one stage at a time. The first line made spearheads because the military order kept the city alive. Theo divided the process into measurable stages: incoming material, rough shaping, dimensional check, heat treatment, finish, and final inspection. Bram objected immediately. Steel does not become correct because a clerk makes 6 boxes. No, 2. But if 20 spearheads fail at the socket, I want to know whether the problem began in shaping or heat treatment. A master already knows. Then the records will prove the master right. Bram stared at him. You are very skilled at making irritating ideas sound respectful. It's how I survive meetings. What meetings? Theo realized the question had no safe answer. Long ones. Bram appeared to consider that an adequate description of minor nobility. The new process did not make every worker equal. It made variation visible. During the first week, an apprentice placed a rough spearhead against a fixed gauge and found that one side of the socket had been drawn too thin. Under the old process, the flaw would have continued through heat treatment before failing during final testing. The apprentice carried it to Bram as though expecting punishment. Bram examined the piece. Who forged this? I did, master. Why is it wrong? I turned it late after the 3rd strike. And why did you bring it to me? The gauge caught it? Bram returned the metal. Reheat it. Correct the wall before it thins farther. The apprentice hesitated. It isn't scrap. It will be if you stand there long enough. He ran back to the forge. Theo watched the correction from the edge of the line. One faulty piece meant little. The shift ended with 11 fewer rejects than the previous one. That meant wages, ore, fuel, and time had not disappeared into a bin. Guildmaster Garrick Holt arrived the following morning. He was a thick-set man with careful hands, and a heavy coat trimmed more richly than anyone working inside Civic Works would have tolerated near a flame. He walked the production line without touching anything and stopped beneath the posted rules. You have divided a master's craft into steps for common laborers, he said. I have divided production into places where errors can be found. Theo replied. You are teaching apprentices to trust gauges over masters. Bram remains responsible for quality. For now. Garrick looked through the hall. Iris was completing a brief transfer at the heat treatment station. Frost misted the edge of one copper path, while the reservoir beyond the barrier warmed. Several workers glanced at her, but none stopped. A witch corrects the furnace, Garrick said. An apprentice checks dimensions against fixed iron. What remains for guild craftsmen? Bram answered from behind him. Everything requiring judgment? Garrick turned. Bram picked up 2 nearly identical spearheads and handed them to him. Which one is ready? Garrick balanced each piece, inspected the grain, and tapped the metal with one fingernail. The second. The first needs another cycle. The gauge says both are shaped correctly, Bram said. The witch says the furnace temperature held. Neither knows that. Garrick returned the pieces. Then you agree the guild remains necessary. I agree skilled workers remain necessary. That is the guild. No, Bram said. That is what the guild is supposed to protect. The workers nearest to rest. Then became very quiet. Garrick's face did not change. He looked at Theo. The Metalworkers Guild holds Ironvale's apprenticeship rights. Civic Works cannot train or employ outside those rights. Civic Works will honor competency standards, Theo said. It will not grant the guild ownership over public infrastructure or witch contracts. You intend to build an industry without us? No. I'm telling you that neither of us can build it alone. Garrick studied the active furnace. What do you offer? Protected master inspection roles. Apprenticeship standards, bonuses for verified process improvements. Waiter recruitment so abandoned positions are filled. And guild control over witch-assisted metalwork? No, then we have no agreement. You have work for the moment, Theo said. That gives us time to negotiate. Garrick left without shaking his hand. Bram watched him go. He will slow the finishers once the larger order arrives, you sound certain. He cannot stop the furnace while I am here. He can prove everything after it still requires guild hands, does it? Yes. Theo closed his notebook. Then our negotiation should begin with the truth. The next bottleneck was copper. Reduced scrap had improved the foundry's finances, but every added heat path consumed metal Ironvale could no longer mine reliably. The stores contained enough for repairs or expansion, not both. Theo stood inside an abandoned municipal bathhouse while workers removed corroded pipe from the walls. Roeder struck one section with the end of his dagger. Half of this is too thin to hold pressure. It doesn't need to hold water, Theo said. It needs to carry heat, which may be worse. Iris touched the exposed pipe. Green corrosion marked the outer surface. But portions remained sound. This section can carry small corrections, she said. Not furnace output. Roeder glanced at her. You can tell by touching it? I can feel where heat spreads unevenly. That did not answer the question. No. I can tell enough to be worried. Theo marked a section for low-throughput use only. They recovered what was safe and sold the rest as scrap. Expansion slowed, but Civic Works kept enough new copper for the planned reservoirs. Demand did not slow with it. The military quartermaster doubled his order after receiving field reports. Merchants requested hinges, wagon fittings, knives, nails, and standardized tool heads. Every customer considered his order urgent. The workshop supervisor responded by building a schedule that placed Iris beside 3 different furnaces across nearly every waking hour. She read it once and carried it directly to Theo. No, he looked at the lines. The schedule technically obeyed her maximum transfer time. It also assumed walking between stations counted as rest and placed her 3rd shift after midnight. Who approved this? The supervisor says you did. I approved the order targets. Translated them into my hours. Theo summoned the supervisor to the hall office. The man arrived with 3 ledgers and the defensive posture of someone who believed numbers would protect him. The schedule remains within her contracted transfer duration, he said. Iris placed one finger on the 3rd shift. I finish at the military furnace, cross the hall, and begin the civilian line. 6 minutes later. You are not transferring during the walk. I am also not recovering. We have orders waiting, Theo asked. What happens if we remove the 3rd shift? We miss 2 batches, possibly 3. Workers lose their production bonus, and the quartermaster may cut the next order. The answer was not cruel. That made it more dangerous. The supervisor was trying to keep the hall profitable, wages paid and customers satisfied. The schedule had converted every goal into pressure concentrated upon one person. Remove the shift, Theo said. The supervisor stiffened. My lord, the consequences are real. Remove it. The line will stand idle. Then the line is designed badly. The man looked at Iris. Her refusal had become the visible cause of lost work. Theo continued before resentment could settle around her. Calculate how much production depends on her remaining beside each furnace. Bram and I will review storage and transfer windows. Until then, no schedule counts movement between stations as recovery. The lost batches cost nearly a week of projected profit. Workers noticed. So did Iris. She said nothing about it until the redesign meeting. Bram spread a furnace plan across the table. Larger passive reservoirs here and here. Better insulation around both civilian lines. We group heat corrections at the beginning and end of treatment instead of calling her every time a gauge moves. Iris traced the proposed copper path. The 2nd reservoir is too close to the 1st. There is a wall. Stone becomes a path when wall. Both sides are hot. Bram shifted the reservoir farther away. Theo reduced simultaneous runs and grouped products by compatible heat cycles. The change made the schedule less flexible, but Iris no longer moved constantly between unrelated processes. The first full shift under the new design produced one more completed batch than the old schedule. Iris performed half as many transfers. At the end of the day, no blue lines marked her wrists. The supervisor stood over the output ledger. How? We stopped using her to correct every small mistake, Bram said. Workers began correcting the furnace. Iris removed her gloves, and the reservoirs held the variation between transfer windows. The supervisor looked at Theo. We could add another line. No, the answer came from Iris, Bram, and Theo together. Roeder, passing the office, looked inside. Progress, we have established one rule, Theo said. Which? Never ask that question immediately after a successful test. The larger reservoirs created their own problem. Heat remained inside them long after the production line shut down. Every morning began with less available capacity than the previous one. Iris could move heat elsewhere, but only if the city provided another sink. Theo found Bram standing beside the thermal room with his palm near the stone barrier. How long until it cools naturally? In this weather. Too long. Winter air moved through the yard. But sending furnace heat outside required more metal, exposed workers to hot lines, and wasted something Ironvale was already burning fuel to obtain. Theo looked toward the foundry washhouse. Workers were heating water over separate fires to clean tools, remove oil, and wash soot from their skin. What if we sell the heat twice? Bram followed his gaze. You want to boil another barrel? I want to warm water. Not boil it. That sentence did not protect the first guard. We separate the circuits, add more surface, and limit the transfer, Bram grunted. Forage runoff cannot enter a clean line. Then it doesn't. The water workers demanded 2 physically separated systems. Dirty water from tool cleaning flowed into settling pits before disposal. Clean water passed through a sealed circuit warmed by the thermal reservoir, then entered storage tanks for washing and bathing. The pipes were ordinary. The pumps were ordinary. The valves were ordinary. Iris transferred heat into the reservoir during scheduled periods. Workers operated the rest. The first morning, the washhouse opened. The foundry crew consumed every bucket before midday. Theo arrived to find men arguing over the final tank. We need rules, Rotor said. We need more tanks, one worker replied. You need both. Within a week, hot washing water reduced the time spent heating individual pots and cleaning tools. The foundry physician reported fewer inflamed cuts and skin infections. The benefit had traveled beyond Iris without requiring her to stand beside every person using it. That was the point. It was also why the near miss came from an ordinary hand. A worker opened the return valve before closing the reservoir feed. Heat surged backward through a line connected to a material room. Iris was at the opposite furnace when she stopped mid-transfer. The path changed. Bram looked up. Where? East wall. A copper line began clicking against its supports. Rotor shouted for evacuation. Workers shut the furnace, but the line continued warming toward a storage room containing oil, dry wood, and packing straw. Theo reached the junction with the operating diagram in hand. 3 valves. The handles looked nearly identical beneath soot. Which one did he open? The worker pointed with a shaking hand. Iris moved toward the line. Theo stopped her. The reservoir is still feeding it. You cannot fix an open path by taking more heat into another full system. She understood immediately. Bram struck the correct valve shut with a hammer. Another worker isolated the return. The clicking slowed. No fire began. No one was injured. Rotor ordered the 3 handles removed before production resumed. The replacement controls were painted according to function, shaped differently enough to distinguish by touch, and fitted with physical locks. Dangerous routing required 2 workers to confirm the sequence. The workshop supervisor objected. It will add time to every changeover. So did evacuation, Rotor said. Nothing burned, because the witch noticed your invisible mistake from across the hall. Iris looked at the supervisor. That is not a safety system. The locks remained. When the larger military order finally arrived, the guild's slowdown began exactly where Bram predicted. The rough forging continued. Heat treatment continued. Then nearly every skilled finisher assigned through the guild reported other obligations. Rows of unfinished products accumulated. Theo toured the silent finishing stations with Garrick. You wanted proof that I need the guild, Theo said. You have it. Garrick did not pretend ignorance. Then recognize guild authority. Over training and craft standards, yes. Not over civic works, public infrastructure, or witch employment. A lord's workshop can hire anyone and call them a specialist. Within a year, standards collapse. Then define qualification tests. Administered by the guild. Observed by the guild. Administered jointly. Garrick glanced at the unfinished tools. The army will not wait for your principles. Neither will workers whose wages your slowdown is withholding. The guild fund can support its members. For how long? Garrick's expression changed by less than a breath. Long enough to harm Theo. Not long enough to save Ironvale. Theo could have brought untrained workers into the finishing hall and forced output. Bram had already warned him what would happen. Poor finishing would destroy the reputation they had just built. Injuries would rise. The guild would point to every failure as proof that Civic Works produced cheap witch-tainted goods. Theo requested a public negotiation. Garrick disliked the idea. That was why he accepted. Guild members, foundry workers, merchants, and city officials packed the hall. Iris watched from beside the furnace, present but outside the argument over who might control her work. Theo placed an unfinished spearhead on the table. This piece has been shaped and heat-treated. Why can't an untrained worker finish it? Garrick answered readily. Because the socket must be aligned, the edge corrected, the surface checked for cracks, and the final balance judged. A careless finisher may hide a defect until it kills a soldier. Theo looked toward the crowd. Then the guild is necessary. Murmurs moved through the workers. Garrick's posture eased. Theo placed Iris' contract beside the spearhead. Why should that necessity give the guild authority to transfer, schedule, or own a witch's labor? The ease vanished. The guild governs metalwork. Iris governs whether she uses her body. Bram governs the steel. The city owns the hull. Those authorities touch one process without becoming the same thing, Garrick said. You are dismantling generations of order, no Dota. I am separating craft standards from monopoly, and when your non-guild supervisors favor political allies, qualification records remain public. Guild masters sit on the review. Worker representatives may challenge appointments. The negotiation lasted 3 hours. It did not produce friendship. It produced an agreement. The guild preserved apprenticeship standards and master quality roles. Civic Works expanded hiring, and could appoint qualified non-guild specialists under joint review. Improvement bonuses applied to workers and masters who produced verified reductions in waste or danger. The guild did not control witches. The city did not claim it could replace the guild. Garrick signed last. If this fails, he said, you will blame us. If it fails because of guild work. Yes, and if it fails because of your system, then the record should make that visible too. Garrick studied him as though he had not decided whether that answer showed integrity or inexperience. You are 19. Theo's borrowed body had not. Let him forget it, but hearing the numbers spoken still felt strange. Yes. I have negotiated with 3 Lords Vale. All of them believed accepting responsibility was the same as surrendering authority. What did you believe? That a lord who admits fault invites every rival to cut him open. Were you right? Usually. Garrick signed the final line. Try not to. Prove me right before payday. The finishing stations reopened the next morning. Within 5 days, the military shipment was complete. The civilian lines followed. Hinges consistent enough to fit standardized mounts, nails packed by size, wagon brackets sold in matched sets, and tool heads requiring less correction by buyers. Merchants returned to Ironvale's market because goods that fit the first time were worth more than goods repaired after purchase. The first mixed shipment sold before all the wagons were unloaded. Theo directed part of the payment toward overdue wages, part toward fuel and ore, and part toward the keep's tax arrears. For the first time since his reincarnation, the treasury projection extended beyond a single month. Not far beyond, but farther. Workers began applying for Civic Works training instead of leaving Ironvale. The city had not become prosperous. It had become capable of imagining next season. That was enough to create requests from people who had never entered the workshop. The lower ward sent a delegation asking for access to waste-heated washwater. Their representative placed a petition on Theo's desk. Foundry families use it, she said. They say the children cough less and wounds stay cleaner. We burn wood for every basin while heat sits behind your walls. Theo looked at the projected reservoir capacity. Supplying another district would help cool the sinks between production cycles. It would also extend the system through older streets with poor maintenance and residents who regarded Iris as a monster. He found her inspecting a copper joint with Bram. The lower ward wants heated water. Iris did not look surprised. They want the service? Yes? Do they want me there? Theo understood the question beneath it. Here, then send warm water through ordinary lines operated by civic crews. You do not need to enter the ward. She looked at him. You were about to ask whether I would. I was about to explain the options. You wanted the people to see a witch providing something useful. Yes, because it might change how they look at it. Me, yes. And you decided against it because I would be surrounded by people who wanted me burned weeks ago. Theo leaned against the workbench. I decided the system should not require you to perform gratitude for its users. Bram grunted. That sentence was too long. Hold this pipe. The lower ward station opened without ceremony. Civic workers operated the valves. Records listed the heat source, safe temperature range, cleaning schedule, and emergency closure procedure. Residents arrived with buckets after testing the first water themselves. Martabelle did not. She stood outside her bakery with flour on her sleeves while neighbors crossed the street toward the new wash point. Theo had seen her name on the lower ward petition opposing the project. He stopped near the bakery. You're not using the water. No. It passed the same checks as the foundry line. My husband passed every safety check before a witch tore pressure through the mill pipe and drove iron through his chest. Her voice was. Controlled. That made the memory sharper. Theo did not know the incident. The current city records contained only a few lines. Equipment rupture. Suspected unregistered witch. 3 dead. I'm sorry, he said. Are you? Yes. You did not know him. No. You did not kill him. No. Then your sorrow costs you nothing. An official beside Theo stiffened. An official beside Theo stiffened. The Lord is trying to improve this district. Marta turned on him. The last Lord said the mill was safe. Enough, Theo said. The official fell silent. Marta folded her arms. If you trust the new water, use it, Theo told her. If you don't. The city will keep the ordinary well operating while it remains safe. You came here to convince me. I came because the ward requested the service. You want us to praise the witch? No. That answer made her hesitate. Theo looked toward the station. I want incident records posted beside the operating instructions. Not only successful output, every shutdown, failed test, and injury. The official protested? That will frighten people. They are already frightened. Hiding failures only teaches them the city cannot be trusted. Marta's gaze sharpened slightly. You will post the man burned during the first demonstration? The guard was scalded, not burned. And yes, the failed foundry batch? Yes. The line that nearly heated a storage room. Theo glanced at the official. That information had apparently traveled quickly. Yes. Marta looked toward the queue but did not join it. Theo left before the conversation could become pressure. When Iris read the first public notice, she stopped at the description of the storage room incident. It says the operator opened the wrong valve. That is what happened. It does not say I detected it. The notice is about the system failure. You left out the part where the witch is. Saved everyone? Theo looked at her. She held the paper with a perfectly serious expression. Then he saw the slight curve at the edge of her mouth. You want public praise? No. I wanted to know whether you would become defensive. And? You considered it. I am learning. Slowly. A week later, lower ward use had doubled. Marta still fetched water elsewhere. Iris never asked whether that bothered him. Theo never asked whether it bothered her. The first formal notice from Senior Inquisitor Helena Ward arrived during the 4th week of Civic Works operations. It listed the scope of inspection in exact terms. Iris legal status, workshop procedures, military production, public thermal services, incident records, medical monitoring. Any attempt to conceal a breach of temple law would constitute grounds for immediate intervention. The keep steward read the document and recommended moving the failed copper sections out of sight. The workshop supervisor suggested running only the most reliable line during Helena's visit. A clerk asked whether the scalded guard's treatment report truly needed to remain attached to the demonstration record. Theo listened until they finished. Nothing is hidden. The steward lowered his voice. My lord, inspections are not designed to reward honesty. Neither are failures. The Inquisitor will use every flaw against the city. If our safety depends on no one competent seeing the records. We have no safety. Roeder leaned against the council table. She will find the storage room near Miss whether we declare it or not. Temple investigators speak to workers. The steward looked toward him. You agree with this? I agree that a bad lie is worse than an ugly report. Bram placed the deformed copper joint on the inspection shelf himself. Iris added copies of her saturation logs. You understand these may be used to create limits I did not choose, she said. Yes, or justify custody. Yes, and you still want everything shown. I want you present when the records are reviewed. That was not an answer. Theo closed the incident file. If Helena believes the system is dangerous, hiding danger will prove her right. And if she believes witches are dangerous regardless of systems, then we make her defend that conclusion against evidence. Iris regarded him for a long moment. You trust evidence too much. Probably. People choose the conclusion they want, then decide which evidence deserves belief. What do you trust? The right to leave. Her answer came immediately. Theo remembered the execution platform, the locked room without a locked door, and the contract lying inside Civic Works. You still cannot leave Ironvale safely. No. Then I have not earned your trust. You have earned some. She lifted the inspection file. Enough to place dangerous information on your shelf. It was the clearest thing she had given him. Theo did not ruin it by asking for more. Helena's arrival was expected within 10 days. The royal convoy was not expected at all. The gate bell rang shortly after midday. Not the alarm for attack. The 3 measured strikes for official approach. Theo reached the gatehouse with Roeder and found 6 armed riders waiting beyond the raised barrier. Behind them stood two barred transport wagons, their narrow windows covered by iron mesh. The officer leading the convoy held up a sealed packet. Royal Transit Authority. Condemned assets bound for the Eastern Labor Facility. Open the gate. Rotor examined the seal from the wall. It is genuine. Theo looked at the wagons. A woman's hand gripped the mesh inside the first one. Iron circled her wrist. How many prisoners? 7 witches, the officer said. 3 civil convicts. My orders do not permit delay. The road through Ironvale shortened the journey to the eastern route. Denying passage to a royal convoy would be difficult to justify. Theo ordered the gate opened. The convoy entered beneath armed watch. The first wagon rolled over the threshold. Something struck its inner wall. Not hard. Deliberately. Once, twice. Then in a rhythm. A woman inside the wagon lifted her head. She had thick auburn hair tied back from a sun-browned face. Dirt marked one cheek, but her amber-brown eyes were alert. Her gaze moved past the guards, past Theo, and toward the foundry district. The distant hammers of Civic Works were barely audible from the gate. She could feel them. The woman shifted closer to the mesh. The road is hollow beneath the left wheel, she said. The convoy officer turned in the saddle. Silence. There is a crack in the eastern hinge, she continued. And 3 heavy machines are running south of here. One repeats every 4 breaths. One is out of balance. Rotor looked at the hinge. The crack was narrow enough to hide beneath rust. Theo stepped closer to the wagon. What is your name? The officer placed his horse between them. The prisoners are crown property. The woman answered anyway. Mira? The second strike of her hand traveled through the wagon floor. A faint vibration entered the stones beneath Theo's boots. Mira closed her eyes, as if listening to something below speech. Then she smiled. So the rumors were true. What rumors? Theo asked. That Ironvale's mad little lord built a workshop with a witch. The officer drew his baton. Mira spoke before he could use it. I invoke sanctuary under Ironvale's founding charter. The gatehouse became silent. The officer's baton remained raised. Theo felt every eye turn toward him. Iris had received sanctuary because he had chosen to stop her execution. Mira had not waited to be chosen. She had learned the law, reached the one stretch of road where it might protect her, and claimed it aloud before anyone could carry her beyond Ironvale's authority. The officer lowered the baton slowly. She is a sentenced asset in royal transport. She cannot volunteer what she does not own. Rotor's gaze moved toward Theo. The gate stood open behind the convoy. If the wagons passed through the southern arch, the claim would become someone else's problem. Theo looked at the iron mesh, Mira's chained wrist, and the seal in the officer's hand. Then he looked toward the winch crew. Close the gate. The officer's face changed. My lord, obstructing royal transit, your convoy will remain under guard while the sanctuary claim is heard. There is no valid claim. Then the hearing will be brief. Hooves sounded beyond the northern road. Another carriage approached beneath the white and red banners of the temple. 6 escorts rode around it. The carriage stopped outside the gate that Theo had just ordered closed. A woman in formal white robes stepped down. She was lean, composed, and perhaps 39, with the measured movements of someone accustomed to entering rooms where everyone already feared her judgment. Senior Inquisitor Helena Ward looked through the bars at the royal convoy blocking Ironvale's gate. A second woman descended behind her, carrying a physician's case and a bundle of legal documents. She was younger, perhaps 25, with straight black hair, green-gold eyes, and no visible witch mark. She took in the chained prisoners, the armed convoy, and Theo standing beneath the gatehouse. Then she quietly opened her notebook. Helena's gaze settled on Theo. Lord Vale, she said, I expected to inspect one disputed witch. From inside the transport wagon, Mira smiled. Theo looked from the Inquisitor to the royal officer. So did I. Helena did not smile. Open the gate, she said. The winch crew looked toward Theo. The convoy remains inside, Theo answered. Your escort may enter. The royal officer shifted in his saddle. My transport schedule does not answer to temple inspection. Nor does my inspection answer to your schedule, Helena said. She waited until the smaller side gate opened, then entered with a black-haired physician and 2 temple guards. The remaining escort stayed outside without argument. The woman carrying the notebook stepped beneath the gatehouse and examined the royal transport seal before writing several lines. The convoy officer addressed Helena instead of Theo. Senior Inquisitor, the prisoner has made an invalid claim. These witches have been legally condemned and transferred to Crown custody. Ironvale has no authority to interfere. Helena turned to Mira's wagon. You invoked the sanctuary clause after entering the city boundary? Yes, before the convoy left it. Mira glanced toward the closed southern gate. That was the idea. That was the idea. That was the idea. Officer said. A royal asset cannot offer voluntary contribution. Helena's attention returned to him. That is your interpretation. It is the Crown's. I see a transport order, not a ruling on Ironvale's founding charter. Theo had expected hostility. Procedural restraint was more useful, and, in some ways, more dangerous. Helena did not need to hate witches to dismantle his claim. She only needed to establish that he had exceeded his authority. The black-haired woman spoke for the first time. The charter grants temporary hearing rights to persons who enter Ironvale's jurisdiction and offer a necessary contribution. It does not define whether prior custody removes personhood for the purpose of making that offer. The officer stared at her. The officer stared at her. They are sentenced witches. I am aware. Her voice remained calm. That is why the ambiguity matters, Helena said. Selene serves as my physician and legal recorder. You will provide her with a transport judgment, custody chain, and sentencing documents. The officer's jaw tightened. My orders do not prevent document inspection when another lawful authority asserts jurisdiction. Helena looked at Theo. Lord Vale, you will hold a temporary hearing. The convoy remains intact. The prisoners remain under guard. And no sentence is altered until the claim is examined. You recognize the claim may be valid? I recognize that allowing two armed authorities to improvise law beneath a city gate is unwise. Mira rested her forehead against the mesh. I like her. Helena ignored that. The hearing began in the gatehouse because moving 7 chained witches through Ironvale before deciding their status would only turn legal uncertainty into a public spectacle. Selene arranged the documents by authority, date, and seal. She wasted no motion and asked questions that exposed missing facts without accusing anyone of hiding them. Mira had been sentenced after using unregistered resonance inside a noble quarry. The record stated that her power caused structural damage and endangered laborers. Mira read the passage through the bars. The western face was collapsing. I cracked a drainage channel so the workers could escape, the convoy officer said. You damaged your employer's property. The property was a wall of rock falling on 40 men. The court considered your explanation. The court belonged to the man who owned the quarry. Selene's pen stopped for less than a second. Helena noticed. So did Theo, he asked. How did you learn about Ironvale's sanctuary clause? A guard mentioned that a young lord had spared a thermal witch and begun making military steel with her. He meant it as proof that rulers lose their minds when witches speak to them. You believed the rumor? No. Then the wagon reached your road. Mira touched the wooden floor. Machines leave patterns, hammers, wheels, pumps, grinding stones. Your workshop is louder through the ground than it is through the air. What are you offering? Theo expected her to say labor. Instead, Mira answered with a question. Your mind is failing, isn't it? Rodder's expression sharpened. How would you know? The wagon passed an ore yard with more empty carts than full ones. The foundry is working, but its material deliveries are irregular, and the North Road carries the vibration of water wheels without enough return traffic from the mine. She looked directly at Theo. I will inspect the mine, one survey. In exchange, I receive provisional sanctuary while my claim is heard. Theo said, I can offer sanctuary without no Mira's answer cut cleanly across his. Iris would have approved. I made the claim. Mira continued. I decide what I offer. If you speak for me now. Everyone here will say I only traded one owner for another. The convoy officer scoffed. You are in no position to negotiate. Mira's gaze never left Theo. That depends on whether his law is real. Theo looked at the documents before Selene. If we get the documents before Selene, accept a limited voluntary contribution. Does the clause permit provisional protection? Selene replied. It creates a stronger claim. Not an unquestionable one, Helena added. You are asking the correct person. There was no irritation in her voice, only observation. Theo turned back to Mira. One inspection, terms set before entry. You may stop if you consider the work unsafe. Provisional sanctuary lasts through the hearing regardless of whether the mine contains anything useful. Mira smiled. That final sentence almost sounded practiced. Iris has been educational. Is that what you call it? Behind Theo? Behind Theo! Roder cleared his throat. Theo said, We still need evidence that you can perform the work you're offering. Mira lifted her chained wrists. Give me a hammer. The convoy officer objected before anyone moved. Theo compromised by ordering a guard to strike the gate hinge Mira had identified. The guard tapped it once. Again, Mira said. Lower. The second impact rang through the gate. Mira closed her eyes. The crack enters from the inner edge and ends near the middle pin. It will hold ordinary use. A hard impact from outside will widen it. Bram was summoned from Civic Works and arrived angry at being interrupted until he removed the pin and saw the concealed fracture. Mira then directed 3 controlled strikes against the road. She identified the boundaries of the hollow beneath the left wheel and warned them not to drive a loaded wagon across it. Workers lifted 2 stones. Beneath them, runoff had carried away enough soil to leave a cavity almost 2 feet across. Roeder stared into the hole. You could have broken the road yourself, with my hands chained inside a wagon. You admitted causing damage at the quarry. I can concentrate an existing vibration so it travels farther. I cannot create one from nothing, much less invent a quarry collapse by glaring at stone. She held up her wrists. And iron is a poor position from which to conduct a conspiracy. Bram looked at Theo. She can hear fractures. I can feel them, Mira corrected. Same difference. No, hearing is air. This is contact. Stone does not care what word you use. It matters if you want to build anything around the ability. Bram's beard shifted as he considered her. You may be even more irritating than the first one. First witch or first lord? Yes. The demonstrated capacity did not settle the legal question, but it made Mira's offer credible. Theo accepted the limited contract. Then he did something the convoy officer had not expected. He offered the same temporary hearing to every witch in the transport. One woman asked whether refusing a city contract would return her to the wagon. Theo answered truthfully. Her existing sentence remained unless she established a separate sanctuary claim. He could not erase royal judgments merely by opening the gate. 2 women asked for time. 3 would not look at him. One said she had children near the eastern facility and would rather continue than risk retaliation against them. Freedom offered from behind guards and iron mesh was not simple freedom. Theo could not command them to trust Ironvale. By evening, only Mira accepted provisional sanctuary. The wagon doors opened inside the guarded courtyard. Royal officers removed her chains after recording the transfer of custody. Roeder assigned city guards, but no one replaced the restraints. Mira rubbed her wrists. Your hospitality is improving. You are still under supervision, Roeder said. Of course. Without guards, I might listen to a wall. You joke when you are uncertain. Mira's expression stilled for 1 beat. Then she smiled again. And you become more formal when you are annoyed. We will understand each other quickly. The convoy departed the next morning with 6 witches still behind its bars. Theo watched until the wagons vanished beyond the southern road. Helena stood beside him. You could have blocked their departure. Under what authority? The same urgency you used to block the convoy that bought them a hearing. It did not give me ownership over their choices. Fear influences choice. So do hunger, chains, and armed escorts. Then why accept any refusal? Theo looked at her. Because deciding that frightened people cannot choose is useful to everyone who wants to choose for them. Helena's expression revealed nothing. Selena wrote the answer in her notebook. The north mine lay beyond Ironvale's last dense row of houses, cut into the lower mountain where stone slopes rose behind abandoned ore yards. The old mine office smelled of damp parchment. Maps covered an entire wall. No 2 agreed. One showed 3 lower shafts. Another showed 5. Production records listed ore from chambers that did not appear on any plan. Maintenance ledgers claimed supports had been replaced in tunnels miners, said had been closed for years. Theo spread the documents across the table. How much can we trust? The senior mine foreman scratched the scar beside his mouth. The mountain. That was not one of the available documents. It is the only one past administrators could not edit. Mira leaned over the maps. Why falsify them? To conceal depleted seams, to claim maintenance payments, to report ore that came from private cuts. Choose a lord, and I will choose his reason. Theo inherited the memories of several comfortable dinners during years when miners had gone unpaid. He rolled up the least reliable map. We survey again. The foreman looked at the grid Theo drew over the known upper workings. You will waste half our time measuring empty stone. A regular grid gives us comparable readings. In a building. Perhaps. A mountain's cracks do not respect squares. Mira tapped the table. He is right. Theo looked at her. She smiled. You expected me to support the elegant drawing. I expected your power to require controlled intervals. It requires useful contact. If your grid puts 6 tests along the same bed of stone, I learn the same thing 6 times. The foreman marked natural seams, old supports, drainage paths, and changes in rock. We test here, here, here. And where the material changes. Theo studied the revised plan. It was less orderly. It was also clearly better. Use his layout. Mira tilted her head. No defense of your squares. I'm attached to results, not squares. That may be the most dangerous thing you have said. The survey began with tuned hammers. Miners struck designated points while Mira kept one hand against connected stone. She felt vibrations pass through supports, empty chambers, water, and fractured rock. Power did not replace interpretation. A hollow space returned one pattern. Loose debris returned another. Running water blurred the response. Timber supports introduced their own movement. Mira could amplify a test strike enough to reach farther, but increased force also risked disturbing unstable stone. She limited every pulse and taught miners to produce cleaner impacts instead of relying on her to magnify poor ones. Theo remained with the crew through the upper tunnels. Rotor remained with Theo. Helena and Selene observed the first 2 days, though Helena spent more time interviewing workers than watching Mira perform. Iris came once to inspect the coldest water lines and found Theo standing over a map marked with corrections. "You found another woman who argues with your drawings," she said. "Mira has geological objections. I have thermal objections. Brown have thermal objections. Objects to everything. That is why the hall still stands." Mira entered behind her. "You must be Iris." Iris turned. "And you must be the woman who delayed an inquisitor at the gate. I try to make a strong arrival. You arrived in a cage." Mira's smile did not falter. "I did not leave in one." The two women considered each other. Not friends, not rivals. Two people measuring whether the other had survived by bending or refusing. Iris looked at Mira's unchained wrists. "No," she said, "you did not. The first survey map took 6 days. It revealed a void east of the known lower workings, groundwater flowing through 2 collapsed branches, and a rich ore chamber behind the old western face. The sample retrieved from its outer edge contained better iron than anything in the current stores." The treasury clerk nearly embraced the stone. "If the chamber extends as far as the resonance suggests, it could cover the levee." Garrick arrived before the sample cooled from cutting. He inspected it, weighed it, and asked the question everyone else was avoiding. "How soon can extraction begin?" Mira answered, "Not yet. The outer approach is open. The chamber sits against a moving fault. All faults move. This one moves when we walk near it." The treasury clerk said, "Can it be braced?" "Perhaps." Garrick turned to Theo. "Then we send a survey team." "Brace the approach and extract quickly. The city does not need the chamber for 10 years. It needs the ore before assessment." The argument was rational. Ironvale's improved workshop would fail without material. The tax deadline approached. Every protected witch depended upon the charter surviving. Theo authorized a limited entry. Mira set the conditions. 6 people in the approach at once. Rescue tools prepared outside. No carts until the chamber passed inspection. No amplification beyond the agreed test force. Any retreat order meant immediate withdrawal. The expedition entered shortly after dawn. Mira walked at the front beside the mine foreman. Theo followed with Rotor, while 2 miners carried braces and another marked the route. The tunnel narrowed near the western face. Old supports leaned beneath the rock. Fresh dust covered the floor despite no recent work. Mira raised one fist. Everyone stopped. "Do not move." Theo held his breath. At first he heard nothing. Then a grain of stone clicked against his boot. Mira pressed both palms to the wall. "The ceiling is settling." The foreman looked up. "How fast?" "Slowly." "Slow means we have time. Slow means it has not fallen yet." He examined the nearest support. "We can double these. Build a reinforced lane into the chamber. Take shallow cuts while the braces hold." Mira shook her head. "The movement changes when our weight shifts. Then fewer men. The fault does not care how profitable the ore is." The foreman's mouth tightened. "My men have entered worse. That does not make this safe. It makes the risk understood." Garrick's representative, waiting farther back, called through the tunnel. "If this chamber closes, Civic Works runs out of ore within weeks." Mira's hands remained against the stone. Theo could ask for a probability. He could ask how many hours the chamber might hold. He could phrase the question until her answer sounded compatible with the decision he wanted. He had seen that method before. Managers called it clarification. Workers called it being told to agree. "Mira," Theo said, "professional judgment. Should anyone continue into that chamber?" Her eyes opened. "No. No hesitation. No qualification. If we brace it. No. If we reduce the team. No." The foreman swore. Theo looked at the rich seam visible beyond the narrowing approach. 6 months, tax, levy, charter, Iris contract, Mira's sanctuary. All of it seemed to lie inside that chamber. The ceiling clicked again. "Withdraw," Theo ordered. Garrick's representative stepped forward. "My lord, Abandon this or may abandon the city. Then we find another way. There may not be one. Withdraw. Mira remained where she was until everyone behind her had turned. Theo said, "You too. I need to dampen our steps near the moving section. Can you do that while walking?" "Yes." "Then no one rushes." She pressed one hand to the wall and moved with them. Their boots struck stone, but she redirected most of the vibration sideways into the more stable rock instead of letting it travel into the fault. Pale amber lines appeared along the inside of her arms. Strain. Theo remembered Iris' first test. "Mira, I know." They cleared the approach. Minutes later, part of the chamber roof dropped with a sound like distant thunder. Dust rushed down the empty tunnel and rolled against the barrier the miners had placed after retreat. No one spoke until it settled. The foreman removed his helmet. "We could have been beneath that." Mira leaned against the mine wall, exhausted. "Ah, yes. Outside." Garrick's representative stared at the ore sample still lying on the map table. "Then the chamber is lost." Theo took a piece of red marking chalk and drew a line across the western approach. "Closed. No entry without a new structural finding and Mira's approval." "Her approval." Head surveyed judgment. "She is a prisoner under provisional sanctuary." Mira straightened. "Then perhaps you should find a safer prisoner." The miners laughed. The sound surprised everyone, including her. The foreman pressed his thumb into the red closure mark. "I will put it in the shift ledger." That mattered more than laughter. The mines workers had expected Theo to overrule a witch when her warning became expensive. Instead, the warning had become policy. Mira found him outside after the others dispersed. "You did not even try to bargain. You gave a clear answer." "So did the treasury." The treasury was not standing beneath the ceiling. She studied him. Most of her smiles arrived before emotion could. This one came after. "You may be less mad than advertised." "I am devastated." "Do not be." "I said less." The safer seam appeared 3 days later. It was weaker, deeper, and hidden beyond a flooded side network. Mira detected it through a stable band of rock beneath the eastern workings. Sample quality was modest, but the seam extended far enough to supply Civic Works if Ironvale could reach it. The problem was water. The old pumps could empty the upper branch after storms. They could not lift continuous groundwater through the lower stages. The mine engineer showed Theo the crystal-powered pump listed in the city's old plans. "The drive crystal is exhausted. A replacement costs more than the foundry earned this month." "Can water power the pump? At the lowest level?" "Water cannot turn a wheel beneath itself." "Not one wheel." "Staged lift." The engineer frowned. Theo stopped before explaining a system designed for machinery and materials he understood only partially. "What can the river wheel drive reliably?" "Shaft power to the first station." "How high can each mechanical pump lift mine water without crystal assistance?" The engineer named a distance. The mine foreman corrected it downward because the stated measure assumed clean water. By the end of the meeting, the plan contained 4 stages. The river wheel powered the upper system. Mechanical linkages drove intermediate pumps. Each stage lifted water into a settling channel before the next pump. Improved seals reduced loss. Iris would prevent critical exterior lines from freezing during the coldest nights, but the system would not depend upon her for constant operation. Bram's crews produced standardized valve bodies, rods, and replacement seals. Miners built the channels. Water workers from the lower ward inspected the runoff route and warned that sediment would accumulate wherever Theo had drawn a sharp bend. They changed the plan before construction. The first completed pump ran for 11 minutes. Then, it stopped hard enough to twist one mounting bracket. The engineer opened the intake and removed a clod of mud, gravel, and rusted metal. The screens failed. The screens had not failed. They had captured exactly what they were meant to capture until too much collected at once. Theo looked at the clogged mesh. "Can we use finer screens? Flow will fall below useful output. Larger? They clog more slowly." "Not less." A miner crouched beside the intake. "Use 3 traps." The engineer glanced at him. 3 screens triple the resistance. Not screens. Settling cages. 1 open while 2 take the heavy pieces. "Clear them separately." He drew staggered channels in the mud with one finger. Mine water carries different rubbish after blasting than it does overnight. The revised system separated heavy sediment before the intake and allowed 1 trap to be cleaned without stopping every pump. The next run lasted 4 hours. The one after that lasted through the night. Cold found the exterior line before dawn. Ice formed around a low joint, reducing flow until the upper stage began backing up. Iris arrived in a heavy coat and placed both hands on the insulated path. She did not heat the whole line. She moved enough warmth from the returning mechanism into the frozen joint to release it, then showed the crew where water had remained trapped after shutdown. "Drain this section before night," she said. "If I must thaw it every morning," she said. "Your design is incomplete." The engineer marked the change. Mira found another weakness in the pump frame. The repeating vibration traveled through the foundation and into a fractured wall. She dampened it during operation while mechanics added separate mounts and a flexible coupling. By the third week, she no longer needed to stand beside the pump. The water line began to fall. Workers marked each new level on the stone wall. First one hand, then two, then the height of a man. An old side passage emerged from black water carrying tools, broken carts, and debris abandoned during the flood. The first carts of material recovered from the access were mostly useless. The passage itself was not. It reached toward the safer seam. Farther below, another shaft appeared. Its stone steps descended into water so dark that lantern light vanished after several feet. Mira stood at its edge with one hand against the wall. Every trace of humor left her face. "There is a chamber below." "How large?" Theo asked. "I cannot find the other side." The mine engineer lowered a weighted line. It sank until the rope ran out. Mira closed her eyes. "The water is warmer deep down." Iris, standing beside the exterior drainage map, looked toward her. Ground heat. Perhaps. Or connected rock carrying it from farther below. Theo marked the chamber on the new map. "Boy." The flooded deep. The old name appeared once in an incomplete ledger, attached to a warning that lower excavation had been abandoned after uncontrolled water entry. The mine foreman said, "If the water is warm, it might remain usable through winter. We do not know its pressure, root, contamination, or whether the chamber is stable," Theo said. "Seal the access and monitor it. You don't want to explore. I want to know it is there." Mira glanced at him. "A valuable chamber you are willing to leave untouched. You are developing a habit. The first one tried to bury us. This one may only drown us." I feel reassured. The seal was almost complete when a miner found the claw marks. They cut across stone beside an abandoned northern branch, 4 grooves spaced wider than a human hand. Fresh fragments lay beneath them. Rotor crouched beside the wall. Tunnel Maw. Theo had read the name in the black tide reports. Here, burrowers follow old mine networks, usually farther north. Mira touched the floor. There is movement beyond the collapse. How close? Not close enough to identify. Rhythmic. Heavy. Rotor ordered the branch filled behind 2 mechanical gates rather than one wall. "If creatures use the northern tunnels, we need a way to isolate every occupied route." The mine foreman objected to losing access. Rotor pointed at the claw marks. "The access is already lost. We are deciding whether the loss stops here." The gates were installed. The rhythmic movement faded northward. It did not disappear. The safer seam opened before the end of the second month. Repeated resonance checks preceded every new cut. Conventional timber and stone supports carried the load. Mira identified risk. Miners decided how to brace it. The foreman controlled entry. The first ore cart emerged beneath gray morning light. Workers gathered around it. The iron was not rich enough to inspire songs. It was real. That was better. 3 more carts followed. Then a warning hammer sounded below. Not the frantic signal for collapse. 3 measured strikes. Evacuate the branch. Miners emerged in organized groups as dust rose from an abandoned side tunnel. The monitoring pattern had caught changing resonance before the ceiling failed. The Ironvale. Mira remained underground with the final team. Theo reached the mine mouth as she appeared. A deep impact rolled through the mountain behind her. Amber lines burned along both arms. She pressed one palm against the stone support at the entrance. She redirected the strongest part of the vibration into the reinforced sidewall. Timbers groaned but held. Then the abandoned branch collapsed. The occupied route remained open. Mira pulled her hand away and sat down hard against the wall. A physician moved toward her. She waved him closer rather than pretending she was fine. That choice mattered too. The mine foreman climbed onto an ore cart while workers were still counting the evacuated crews. "We reopen after a full support inspection," he shouted. "No one enters because the Lord wants more carts. No one enters because I want more carts. Survey clears the route first." He looked down at Mira. "And if she says no, it stays no." The workers answered with tired approval. Helena had come to observe the first extraction. Her eyes moved from the intact occupied tunnel to the collapsed branch, and finally to Mira receiving medical attention without restraints. "Her warning prevented casualties," Helena said. "It did," Theo replied. "Yes, so did the supports." "Yes? And the evacuation procedure?" "Yes. You do not attribute every success to witchcraft." "Why would I?" "Because extraordinary causes are useful to rulers. They turn ordinary labor into proof of the ruler's vision." Theo looked toward the ore carts. "My vision did not brace the tunnel." Selene stood nearby, recording the incident. Her pen moved after a brief pause. Mira's appointment became official the next day. Provisional head of structural survey. The position remained subject to review by experienced miners and civic engineers. It was not a noble gift, and the title could not overrule the mine foreman's authority over workers. Mira read the document. You enjoy dividing authority. I have met too many people who think one title should answer every question. You mean yourself? Occasionally. She signed. What happens if my sanctuary hearing fails? The city appeals. And if the appeal fails? Theo did not give her an easy promise. We decide with the full facts in front of us. That sounds less romantic than defying the crown. This is not a romance. Mira looked at his face, then laughed. You are 19. That answer is almost charming. From the doorway, Iris said. Do not encourage him, Mira turned. Are you worried about the city? Of course. Iris handed Theo the latest thermal records without looking at Mira again. The exchange lasted only seconds. It still left Theo feeling as if he had missed part of a conversation conducted entirely without words. The mine's return changed Ironvale quickly. Ore deliveries stabilized. Civic Works stopped cutting material allocations every 3 days. Pump production created work for smiths, carpenters, water crews, and mechanics. Abandoned houses near the mine filled again. The treasury collected fees from merchants purchasing standardized components. Success moved through the city in connected lines. So did its waste. The pumped water left the mine through settling channels and entered the river below Ironvale. Early discharge was dark with ordinary sediment. Workers diverted the worst loads and recorded visible changes. Then dead fish appeared beside the lower ward intake. A child found the first 3. By evening, there were dozens. Selene stood at the riverbank with a glass sample held against the light. The water carried a faint yellow-green haze. Theo arrived with Rotor and the mine engineer. How long? Selene did not soften the answer. Long enough to reach the lower intake. Theo looked toward the district. Close it. Rotor dispatched runners. The engineer said, The settling channels should remove mine sediment. Ordinary sediment, Selene replied. Not dissolved minerals or old alchemical contamination. We found no alchemical stores, because the lower records were falsified. The words struck the falsified. Entire recovery project. Theo ordered the mine discharge diverted into emergency holding channels. Pump output fell almost immediately. It was too late for the water already drawn into homes, bakeries, washhouses, and clinic stores. The first patients arrived at the temple before nightfall. Fever, vomiting, cramping, weakness. Some had drunk directly from the lower intake. Others had used water after boiling. That distinction worried Selene more. Theo entered the clinic to find every bed occupied. Helena had removed her formal outer robe and was organizing temple staff herself. Iris sterilized instruments by moving heat through a controlled metal tray. Ordinary physicians examined patients and compared symptoms. Selene stood over a district map. Thine water may not be the only cause, she said. Illness spreads more quickly in crowded homes, and several patients share food sources. We need to separate infection from contamination. Theo looked across the clinic. Can we? Not quickly. Helena approached. You reopened a flooded mine before understanding where its water traveled. Yes. No defense. No attempt to blame falsified records, inadequate equipment, or a city desperate for ore. Helena's expression remained severe. At least you understand that. The lower intake stayed closed. Water carts began running from the upper wells. The city had enough clean supply for drinking if distribution remained controlled. It did not have enough for industry, washing, clinics, and 18,000 people already frightened by rumors of poison. Merchants delayed departure. Workers missed shifts to stand in water lines. Marta Bell closed her bakery after learning that her dough had been mixed with lower ward water. The first improvement Ironvale had built for her district had not caused this failure. The mine project had. That distinction did not matter to a mother deciding whether the city's promises were safe. Late that night, Selene returned to the clinic laboratory alone. She placed the river sample beside clean water, mineral salts, and prepared glass vessels. For several minutes, she only observed. Then she removed her gloves. Pale green lines emerged beneath the skin of her fingers. She touched the contaminated sample with one hand, and an empty receiving medium with the other. The haze inside the river water gathered. Slowly, impossibly, it drew away from the clear liquid and entered the prepared vessel. The source brightened. The receiving medium darkened. Selene released both before the green lines reached her wrists. She stared at the separated contamination. Footsteps sounded beyond the laboratory door. She pulled on her gloves and covered the vessels with a cloth. When Helena entered, Selene was already writing. Anything? The Inquisitor asked. Selene looked at the hidden evidence beneath the cloth. Yes. Her pen remained steady. The mine did not create the poison. She met Helena's eyes. It uncovered what Ironvale buried. Helena looked toward the covered vessels. What did it uncover? Several possibilities. Dissolved mine salts, residue from old ore treatments, perhaps discarded alchemical compounds. That is not the answer you give when you say yes. Selene held her gaze. No. It is the answer I give before the samples are verified. Helena stepped closer to the table. The cloth did not completely hide the difference between the two vessels. One remained faintly discolored. The other should have been empty. Selene placed her hand over the darker one. The clinic needs you, she said. Helena's eyes moved from the gloved hand to Selene's face. Then a bell rang in the treatment hall. 3 fast strikes. A patient in distress. Helena turned toward the door. We will continue this conversation. Selene waited until the footsteps receded before uncovering the vessels. The separated water was clearer. It was not necessarily safe. That difference would decide whether her secret saved anyone or merely added another danger to the clinic. By morning, patients occupied the temple hall, 2 side chambers, and a temporary shelter in the courtyard. Water carriers queued beneath guard supervision. Every bucket from the upper wells was sealed before transport, but demand rose faster than carts could move. Theo closed the lower intake completely and ordered mine pumping reduced to the minimum needed to prevent the reopened routes from flooding. The choice protected the river. It also placed the safer ore seam at risk. He signed the order anyway. At Civic Works, commercial lines shut down while clean barrels, pipe fittings, cooking vessels, and clinic tools received priority. Merchants who had returned for reliable goods began packing again. One found Theo in the market and held up a cancelled order. I came because Ironvale could finally deliver. Then you understand why I cannot deliver contaminated cookware. I understand that your mine poisoned the river. So do I. How long until tea? Trade resumes? Theo looked toward the line of water carts. I don't know. The merchant folded the contract. That answer will empty your city. A false one will empty it faster. The man left before noon. Inside the temple clinic, Selene organized patient records around places and times rather than rumors. The first pattern separated quickly. Patients who had consumed lower ward water suffered severe cramping and weakness. Those who shared food but not water showed a different fever progression. Some had both. The outbreak was not one problem. Ordinary boiling reduced the fever cases, linked to contaminated food and unsanitary storage. It did nothing to remove dissolved poison. Iris stood beside a line of covered kettles, transferring heat from a brazier through an iron plate so clinic workers could sterilize instruments without consuming all the firewood. Water can be hot and still be poison, she said after another patient arrived from a household that had boiled in every jug. Selene nodded. And clear water can still be poison. Theo looked at the sample table. What can we measure? Taste is unsafe. Color is unreliable. Sediment reveals only what settles. We can compare reactions with known minerals, but the old mine used compounds absent from current records. Helena entered behind him. This is what happens when an unlicensed workshop expands faster than its oversight. Theo turned. Civic Works did not purify the mine water. No, dough. It reopened the mine, increased discharge, and gave the city confidence to depend upon systems it does not fully understand. Her conclusion was broader than the facts. The facts still hurt. We shut the pumps down. After residents became ill, yes. Helena seemed almost dissatisfied by the absence of an excuse. The temple can request external physicians and water examiners, she said. They may arrive in inners, she said. They may arrive in several weeks. We do not have several weeks. Then you understand why unfamiliar powers are contained before their risks become public. Selene's gloved fingers tightened around the edge of the table. Theo noticed. Helena did not. A physician called from the treatment chamber. The child Selene had examined the previous night was worsening. By the time they reached the bed, the girl's breathing had become shallow. Her mother sat beside her, holding a damp cloth against skin already cold with sweat. The attending physician showed Selene the treatment record. We controlled the fever. The weakness continues. Selene checked the girl's eyes, pulse, and fingertips. What did she drink? Lower intake. Boiled? How much? The mother answered through panic. Selene asked for the household location, the time the water was drawn, and whether anyone else had become ill. Theo watched her assemble the pattern, not guessing, choosing. Bring a clean glass vessel, Selene said. Prepared charcoal medium. The fine grade. Helena looked at her. Why? I believe I know which contaminant is affecting her. Believe? If I wait for certainty, she dies. The vessel arrived. Selene removed her gloves. The pale green lines along her fingers were visible before she touched the child. The room stopped. Helena's guards reached for their restraints. Selene placed one hand against the girl's wrist and the other against the receiving vessel. "Do not touch me." It was not fear in her voice. It was instruction. The green lines spread over the backs of her hands. The charcoal medium darkened. The girl gasped. Her back arched once, then settled against the bed. A faint yellow tint entered the vessel. Selene's breathing became unsteady. The physician watched the girl's pulse. "It is improving." One of Helena's guards stepped forward. Theo moved between them. "Wait." "She is an unregistered witch," the guard said. "She is treating a patient." She concealed herself inside the temple. Helena raised one hand. The guard stopped. Selene released the child and the vessel at the same time. Green light reached halfway to her wrists before fading beneath the skin. She replaced her gloves without haste. The girl's mother stared at her. "What did you do?" "Remove part of the contaminant from her blood." "Is she safe?" "No. She is more stable. The physicians still need to treat dehydration and watch her through the night." Selene did not turn a rescue into a promise. That restraint mattered. Helena's guards moved again once the child's breathing steadied. Selene held out her hands before they could seize her. "I will not resist." Theo invoked the sanctuary clause before the first restraint closed. Every person in the chamber looked at him. Helena's expression hardened. "You cannot answer every discovery with those words. I can answer a voluntary contribution made inside Ironvale's jurisdiction with a temporary hearing." She entered the temple under false identity. Selene corrected the temple under false identity. Her, quietly. "I entered as a trained physician and legal recorder. Both qualifications remain true. You concealed a witch mark from me." "Yes." The answer struck more deeply than an apology would have. Helena said. "For how long?" 7 years. The guard beside her looked horrified. Theo saw something colder in Helena's face. Calculation. 7 years of shared work had just become evidence of both concealment and control. Selene had lived beside temple officials without causing the catastrophe their law predicted. She had also deceived them successfully. Helena turned to Theo. "This proves voluntary disclosure cannot protect the public." She remained hidden until she decided the risk justified exposure. Selene looked at the child. "If I had disclosed 7 years ago, where would I be?" "That does not excuse concealment." "No. It explains it," Theo said. "The child remains alive because Selene revealed herself. And every patient she treated before today did so without informed knowledge of her power." "Did she use it?" Helena looked at Selene. "Not on patients," Selene said. "Not before today." Theo remembered the covered sample. Her wording was exact. Helena heard it too. "You used it last night, on water, without authorization, to identify whether I could help." The room had become a hearing while a sick child remained between them. Theo stopped it. "Selene receives provisional city sanctuary. She remains under supervision without restraints unless she attempts to leave or use her power outside agreed testing. A formal hearing begins after the immediate crisis is stabilized," Helena said. "You do not possess final jurisdiction over temple personnel. No. But you recognized temporary hearing rights at the gate for a transported prisoner offering a mind survey." Selene offered a child's life. Silence held for several breaths. Helena looked at the girl, then at her guards. "No chains," she said. "2 observers. She does not touch another patient with witchcraft until a testing procedure is agreed." Selene nodded. Theo asked, "You accept the sanctuary?" "I accept that removing the only person who understands this contaminant would endanger the clinic." It was not surrender. It was enough. The child survived the night. Her improvement did not solve the water crisis. It gave them a direction. Testing moved to Riverside Works, where the old water wheels, damaged pumps, waste channels, and river access offered enough space to fail without filling the clinic with poison. Selene stood behind a marked line with Helena, Theo, Iris, physicians, potters, charcoal burners, and river workers watching. On the table before her sat 3 containers: contaminated river water, a prepared receiving medium, an empty sealed vessel for whatever remained afterward. Theo pointed to each. "Source, path, sink." Selene glanced at him. "You are applying your furnace rules to medicine, to transfer. Then you already see the weakness. The path includes you. And the sink must be compatible with the component I choose. I cannot simply order poison to leave." A physician placed known mineral samples beside the water. Selene tested them through ordinary reactions first. Only after narrowing the likely contaminant did she remove her gloves. She touched the source and receiving medium. Pale green light traced her fingers. The discoloration gathered within the water and moved into the charcoal mixture. The transfer was slow. Unlike iris heat, the separated material did not travel visibly through a copper path. Its movement appeared as color leaving one vessel and entering another. Selene stopped before the source became completely clear. Why? Helena asked. Because my mark is approaching strain. The sample remains contaminated. Yes, you could complete it. I could continue. Selene covered her hands. That is not the same as completing it safely. Iris watched from across the table. A quiet understanding passed between them. The distinction had cost Iris a batch before anyone in Ironvale considered it policy. Now, it controlled a public health test in front of the temple. The physician examined the treated sample. Contamination is reduced. Theo looked at the darkened receiving medium and concentrated here. The potter lifted the container with thick gloves. How dangerous! More dangerous than the original water. In a smaller space, Selene said. An official from the river office gestured downstream. We dump it beyond the southern boundary. Selene turned toward him. Into whose water? The river carries it away. To another settlement. They are miles south. Poison does not become harmless when it leaves your tax rolls. The official's face reddened. What do you propose? Keep every impurity beneath the city forever? No. Identify stable storage, sealed transport, or a treatment that changes the materials safely. Until then, we contain it. Theo asked the potter. Can you make vessels that will not react with it? If you tell me what it reacts with, the charcoal burner said. The medium may hold more if layered. A river worker pointed toward the settling beds. We remove heavy material before it reaches her station. No reason to spend witch strength on mud. The physicians added boiling for infectious contamination. Iris proposed using stored waste heat to maintain temperature without consuming clinic fuel. By sunset, the process no longer belonged to any one person. Mine water entered settling channels. Coarse screens removed debris. Sand and charcoal beds reduced organic contamination. Boiling killed what heat could kill. Selene targeted the remaining dissolved poison and moved it into sealed receiving media. Potters produced thick ceramic containers with layered inner coatings. Waste stayed in a guarded storage trench until a permanent treatment method could be verified. The first full trial produced clear water. Too clear. A river worker tasted one measured cup under physician supervision. So water tastes like nothing now. That sounds good, Theo said. The physician disagreed. Not necessarily. Mineral tests showed the process had removed more than the intended contaminant. Selene's target had included a group of chemically similar salts, some of which ordinary drinking water required. They adjusted the receiving medium. The second batch preserved more. The third preserved too much contamination. For 4 days, every result created another question. On the 5th, a small amount was distributed to work crews under observation. No one became sick. After continued use, 2 workers reported weakness and dizziness. The process had removed too many beneficial salts again. Those standard impurity tests passed. Selene shut down distribution herself. No official challenged her. The physicians established a safe mineral range based on uncontaminated upper well water. Potters changed the filter composition. Charcoal workers adjusted layer thickness. Selene narrowed her separation target to the contaminants that remained after ordinary treatment. The corrected batch passed repeated testing. Riverside Works began producing drinking water in quantities large enough for the lower ward. Not enough for comfort. Enough to end the longest queues. Residents gathered outside the controlled distribution point before the first valve opened. Some carried buckets, others carried anger. A man at the front shouted toward Theo. The mine poisoned us. Now you bring another witch machine and call us saved. Murmurs supported him. Theo stood beside the verification table, not on a platform. The mine project contributed to the contamination, he said. That is recorded. And this water, tested by physicians, river workers, and independent temple observers. Will you drink it? A worker filled a cup from the sealed line. Theo took it. Helena watched him. Selene watched the water. Theo drank. The crowd quieted. He set down the empty cup. That proves I can drink 1 cup without collapsing. The man frowned. Theo continued. It does not prove the system will remain safe tomorrow. The test results are posted. So are the failure records, waste levels, shutdown conditions, and names of the officials responsible for inspection. You expect us to read numbers? No. Physicians will answer questions. Water crews will demonstrate the process. The ordinary upper well remains open. Use the service if the evidence satisfies you. The crowd did not cheer. People examined the posted records. They questioned the physicians. Then buckets began moving through the line. Marta Bell stood outside the queue. Naya, her 15-year-old daughter, remained beside her holding an empty jug. Theo recognized both from the bakery. Marta's gaze passed over Selene and settled on Iris near the thermal line. "One witch poisons," she said. "Another promises to clean it," Selene answered before Theo could. "The mine exposed the contamination. No witch created it. My husband died in a witch accident. I know. You read his record?" "Ah, yes." Marta looked surprised. Selene continued. "The mill connected several pressure vessels without isolation. An unregistered witch panicked after being restrained. The rupture killed 3 people, including your husband. You make it sound like the machine killed him. The machine, the restraints, the panic, the power, and the people who ignored earlier leaks all contributed. Removing one fact does not honor him." Marta's grip tightened on the empty jug. "And now you want me to trust another system?" "No." Selene's answer mirrored Theo's earlier one. "I want you to know what it can and cannot do." Marta took Nia home. Without water. That night, their remaining well supply ran out. Nia returned to Riverside Works alone. She placed the jug beneath the distribution spout and watched every seal while a water worker filled it. "You are Marta's daughter," he said. "I know. I did not think she would send you." "She didn't." The worker hesitated. Nia lifted the jug with both hands. "Are you going to take it back?" "No." "Then do not tell her before I do?" Marta discovered the jug after using its water in a pot she had assumed came from the upper well. She closed the bakery door and confronted Nia in the kitchen. "You went there alone?" "The clinic says it is safe." "The clinic said the mill was safe." "No, D. The mill owner said that." Nia's voice shook, but she did not retreat. "We cannot close forever. We have no water." Marta looked at the pot. She could throw it away. Doing so would not refill the old jug. The family ate. No one became ill. That single meal did not change Marta's beliefs. The clinic records did. New cases fell first on streets using riverside water. Fever cases decreased as boiling and sanitation improved. Chemical symptoms stopped appearing among households using the corrected supply. Physicians waited through several days before publishing the trend. Marta returned to the distribution point on the 4th morning. She did not thank Selene. She did not look at Iris. She placed 2 jugs in the queue and carried them home. Other holdouts followed. Behavior changed before belief. Ironvale began recovering. Selene's hearing opened while Riverside Works remained under daily review. The temple courthouse filled with physicians, lower ward residents, Civic Works operators, guards, and officials who wanted either a precedent or an execution. Selene sat at the central table without restraints. Helena presented the case against concealment herself. Power capable of removing substances from blood can also remove necessary substances. It can alter medicine, food, evidence, and bodily function without ordinary witnesses understanding what occurred. Selene concealed that capacity while serving inside a temple clinic? No one could dismiss the danger. Theo did not try. Helena continued, "If Ironvale's answer to every hidden witch is sanctuary after discovery, what incentive exists for early disclosure?" Selene rose when permitted. "What incentive existed before?" Helena's gaze remained steady. "Legal duty, followed by custody for assessment, with no guaranteed release, for public protection." Selena looked across the crowded room. "I concealed my witch mark for 7 years. During that time, I trained as a physician, recorded legal proceedings, treated ordinary injuries, and learned the exact procedures that would control my life if I disclosed. You also placed patients near an unknown risk." "Yes." The admission unsettled supporters who expected a cleaner defense. Selene continued, "That is what fear produces. People hide until hiding becomes more dangerous than discovery. If you want early reporting, the first consequence of honesty cannot always be chains," Helena said. "Then you propose trust." "No. Review." Selene placed her draft conditions on the table. Medical examination. Documented limits. Supervised testing. Incident reporting. Restrictions on untested public use. She turned 1 page. And protections against being ordered to absorb unknown poison, enter unmeasured mixtures, or continue after strain. Helena read the text. "You want authority to stop public water production during crisis. I want authority to prevent the person with the least information about my body from ordering me to destroy it. What if stopping costs lives? Then the city must build a process that does not depend on one woman continuing until she collapses." Iris sat among the Civic Works witnesses. Her posture did not change. Theo knew exactly what that clause meant to her. Helena questioned physicians, water workers, guards, and Selene's former temple colleagues. She found no evidence that Selene had used her power on patients before the child's collapse. She found ample evidence that automatic custody had made concealment rational. The ruling belonged to Theo under temporary charter jurisdiction. That did not make it easy. Selene receives provisional sanctuary as a voluntary medical and civic specialist, he said. Her public work remains subject to the same safety review applied to other operators. Helena said. But Deoward said, the same review is inadequate for a different power. Then power-specific procedures will be added. The purpose is equal protection, not identical machinery. Selene looked at him. He continued. No operator may be ordered to receive, hold, or separate an unknown contaminant. A compatible sink and tested stopping condition are required before use. The words entered the official record. Helena requested permission to speak before accepting the ruling. Theo granted it. This decision remains subject to higher review. I do not recognize Ironvale's authority to conceal unregistered witches from the temple. We are not concealing her. No, Helena said. You are making the disagreement public. Her eyes moved toward Selene. I accept the ruling within Ironvale. Pending review because the current procedure controls immediate risk better than removing the only trained specialist from an active emergency. It was the narrowest possible acceptance. It was also the first time Helena had allowed a revealed witch to leave a hearing without chains. Selene did not smile. She gathered her documents and returned to Riverside Works. The outbreak ended slowly. Clinics emptied one bed at a time. Mine pumping resumed under stricter discharge controls. The lower water system remained active, even after upper well deliveries recovered. Selene moved her records into Civic Works Hall. Her desk appeared first in the corner of Theo's planning room. Within a week, the records occupied 2 shelves. Within 2, they had displaced one of his project tables. You are expanding, Theo said. Your administration has no consistent filing system. It has several, that is the problem. She placed Iris' contract, Mira's survey agreement, incident reports, sanctuary hearings and medical logs into separate index sections. Theo picked up one of the new forms. Operator consent, medical privacy, safety authority, contract ownership. Those subjects are currently spread across individual promises. They are written differently. Because the work differs, the power-specific rules should differ. The personhood beneath them should not. Theo looked toward the hall. Iris was reviewing a thermal diagram with Bram. Mira had come from the mine to mark structural stress around the new water tanks. Both women were protected because Theo had invoked emergency authority. A different lord could reinterpret every promise. A successor could cancel these, Selene said. You misunderstand. I know what you mean. Do you? She closed the nearest file. You are 19. You may rule Ironvale for 50 years. You may die next winter. You may become frightened after another accident and decide the temple was right. A law designed around your present character is not protection. I will protect them. Selene green gold eyes held his. Law should not require a good man to remain good forever. The words stayed with him, not because they accused him of hidden cruelty, because they denied him the comfort of believing good intentions were enough. They began drafting the witch charter that night, not as a grand declaration, as answers to problems already bleeding through Ironvale's records. Who owned a witch labor? The witch. Could a contract be sold? No. Could sanctuary require magical employment? No. Could an operator refuse a dangerous process? Yes. Could officials hide her medical information while selling production data? Privacy and operational transparency needed separate rules. Could a witch leave Ironvale? If sanctuary meant freedom, the answer had to be yes. Could she remain if her power became useless? Selene left that line blank. Theo noticed. Why stop there? Because every current argument for sanctuary mentions contribution. The clause requires contribution. Initial qualification and permanent personhood are not the same question. Theo thought of Iris without thermal transfer. The image disturbed him more than the legal issue should have. Selena noticed that too. You are attached to her. She was the first person I almost burned alive. That is not a denial. She also helped keep the city from collapse. That is worse. Theo frowned. Why? Because if you cannot separate affection from gratitude and dependence, neither can she. Theo looked through the window towards Civic Works. Iris stood beside a heat reservoir, silver hair catching the furnace glow as she argued with Bram over a revised path. She asked whether I would still protect her if she refused. What did you say? That refusal would not restore her sentence. That was the correct answer then. And now? Now you need a city where she does not have to ask you. They returned to the clause. Rights remained after injury, saturation, diminished power, or permanent loss. Selene wrote the first version. Theo signed the working draft. Their late-night sessions continued because the day belonged to water reports, mine controls, production, housing, and hearings. Selene was easier to speak with when both of them were exhausted enough to stop performing certainty. She challenged his authority without treating authority itself as evil. He argued for practical limits without dismissing ideals as impossible. Once, near midnight, he found her asleep over a stack of testimonies from confined witches. He placed a folded coat beneath her head and continued reading from the opposite side of the table. She woke before dawn. "You should have gone to sleep," she said. "So, should you?" "I did." "Badly. You remained awake to judge the quality." "I remained awake because these clauses affect 3 public systems." "Of course." The faint dryness in her voice made him look up. "What?" "You are very determined to explain every personal decision as administration." Theo glanced at the coat beneath her head. "You needed rest. Dangerously intimate." "That is my coat. Scandal deepens." He almost laughed. Selene's expression softened just enough to reveal that she had intended him to. Then she returned the coat and opened the next testimony. The city's recovery produced visible results. Clean water reopened the market. Iris and ordinary mechanics converted one insulated cabinet into a cooled medicine store by moving heat into a scheduled external sink. Physicians lost fewer remedies to spoilage. At the mine, controlled washing and Selene's limited separation recovered useful metal from material previously discarded as poor ore. She did not purify every load. She identified target contaminants and helped create a repeatable ordinary process around them. Revenue rose, not dramatically, reliably. That drew interest from beyond Ironvale. A neighboring noble sent a sealed offer addressed to Theo. It proposed purchasing Iris's employment contract, including relocation, housing, guards, and payment large enough to clear a meaningful portion of Ironvale's tax arrears. Theo read it twice because the sum was dangerous. Then he carried it to Selene. "Is there any legal interpretation under which this is not what it looks like?" Selene examined the document. "He offers to assume the city's contractual obligations, meaning he wants to buy her. That was my interpretation. The present contract states it cannot be transferred without operator consent. The offer avoids the word transfer. Does that matter? Not if the contract is enforced honestly." Theo folded the letter. "You could ask Iris." "No." Selene studied him. "You're declining before knowing whether she wants the offer. The letter was sent to me, not her. If he wanted to hire Iris, he could address Iris. That distinction will matter in the charter." Theo returned the offer, without negotiation. His reply contained one sentence. Iris's labor was not owned by Ironvale, and was therefore not available for sale. She learned about it from the outgoing correspondence register. "You could have shown me," she said. "I thought the offer itself was insulting." "It was." "Then why are you angry?" "I am deciding." Theo waited. Iris placed the register on his desk. "You made the right decision." "That sounds promising." "For the wrong reason." "What reason should I have used?" "You should have refused to negotiate my ownership. Then shown me that someone wanted to hire me." "He did not want to hire you." "I know. But I decide whether an offer involving my life is worth seeing." Theo exhaled. "You're right. That answer is becoming less satisfying. I can argue if it helps. It won't." She turned to leave, then stopped. "What was the payment?" Theo told her. Iris looked back. "That much?" "Yes." "You refused quickly?" "Yes." Something changed behind her eyes. The anger remained. So did the knowledge that he had rejected enough money to ease the city's crisis without pausing to calculate her price. "Show me the next one," she said. "I will." She left before he could mistake the moment for complete forgiveness. The rumors spreading beyond Ironvale changed with every trader. Witches received gold wages. Witches owned workshops. The young lord had married 3 of them. The temple had surrendered the city. Ironvale could turn stone into iron and poison into wine. Most of it was nonsense. The parts closest to truth were enough. Refugees began arriving in small groups. Displaced miners, families from failed farms, craftspeople seeking wages. Women accused of unexplained accidents. Sanctuary house filled. Abandoned homes reopened. Food prices rose. Then the caravan appeared. It stretched along the northern road beyond the city's outer markers. Carts, hand wagons, people carrying bundles, injured workers, children, and several women kept separate because other travelers suspected them of witchcraft. Roeder counted until he stopped pretending the exact number mattered. "We cannot house all of them." Theo stood above the gate. "Can we feed them?" "For days." "Not indefinitely." Selene joined them with a provisional charter beneath one arm. Closing the gate will not make them disappear. They will camp outside the walls and consume the same nearby water and wood without sanitation. Opening it creates the same problem inside, Rotor said. With better control and greater risk. Mira touched the gatehouse wall. The road is still filling. Iris looked toward the line. How many are witches? No one knows, Selene said. Some may not know themselves. At the front of the caravan stood a woman with dark red hair, a weathered coat, and iron-gray eyes. She watched Civic Works smoke rise over the city. Unlike the others, she did not look relieved. Theo descended to meet the caravan representatives. The red-haired woman stepped forward with them. Name? The gate clerk asked. Vesper, trade? None you own. The clerk looked toward Theo. Vesper's gaze moved past him to Iris, Mira, and Selene standing within the gate. 3 women, with visible positions. 3 women still working inside the young lord's city. So this is Ironvale, she said. You sound disappointed, Mira replied. I have seen clean rooms built around chains, Theo asked. Are you claiming sanctuary? Vesper looked at the crowded road, the repaired workshops, and the city that had not prepared for everyone now asking to enter. A comfortable cage is still a cage. Behind her, the displaced families waited. Beyond them, more figures appeared over the rise. Theo looked at the food stores, the road, and the families already sleeping beneath carts. Then he ordered the gates opened, not without conditions. Every arrival passed a health check. Names, trades, dependents, and immediate needs entered the city register. Suspected witches were not separated from their families unless an active power created danger. Temporary rations were fixed before anyone crossed the threshold, and no official promised permanent housing that did not exist. Vesper listened to the rules. You count people before deciding whether to help them. I count food before deciding how many meals I can promise. A practical answer, not an inspiring one. Inspiration is cheap, not an inspiring one. That makes it popular with rulers. She entered Ironvale without claiming magical employment. Sanctuary house filled before sunset. Families occupied its corridors, workshop annex, and courtyard. The city opened 2 empty warehouses, then discovered that one leaked, and the other had a cracked rear wall. Abandoned homes were worse. Roofs had rotted. Stairs had collapsed. Water lines ended beneath debris. One civic clerk proposed marking every standing building as usable and repairing failures after assignment. Tessa heard him. She was 29, dark-haired, broad-hipped, and tired from traveling, with a habit of testing every chair before trusting it. She placed one hand against the cracked warehouse wall. The separated stones pulled together. Dust fell from the joint as the gap closed. The clerk brightened. You can repair them. No, you just did. I made the surfaces hold. Tessa removed her hand. The crack remained closed. Then she kicked the rotten baseboard. Wood crumbled beneath her boot. Adhesion does not turn rot into timber. It does not replace missing mortar, straighten a foundation, or make whetstone dry. How long will the wall hold? If no one loads the upper floor, perhaps days. If you fill the building with families because it looks repaired, perhaps until the funeral. Theo crossed out the warehouse occupancy mark. What do you need? Masons. Sound material. Time to remove what already failed. A city official said, If masons rebuild the wall, why do we need you? Tessa pointed upward. To keep the remaining half attached while they work beneath it. The repair crew used braces first. Masons removed damaged stone and replaced it with material from an abandoned customs shed. Tessa held difficult joints while ordinary mortar was packed and allowed to set. She sealed roof seams after carpenters replaced the rotten beams. The building opened 3 days later, not because a witch had touched it, because her narrow ability had allowed workers to repair it without bringing the rest down. Food required a different answer. Lena arrived from the same caravan, with 2 children, belonging to another family, clinging to her skirt. She was 31, warm-faced and quiet until she saw the city's field reports. You are planting the same exhausted plots, because they are closest to the wall, she said. The farm supervisor looked offended. They are protected. They are empty. Can you make crops grow or not? I can move growth. From where? Lena pointed toward weeds along an abandoned irrigation ditch. From something already growing. The thumb? Something already growing. First test field produced green shoots within days. It also failed. Lena moved vigor from weeds and a prepared donor patch into a row of grain. The plants rose quickly, but the soil beneath them hardened and paled. The donor vegetation collapsed into brown fibers. The farm supervisor dug beneath the roots. This bed is exhausted. It was weak before we began, Lena said. Growth still requires water, minerals, and living soil. You said you could improve the harvest. I can. You heard create. Theo crouched beside the damaged bed. The mistake was familiar. A visible power made everyone forget the sink. For growth transfer, the sink was not merely the crop. The soil had to support what arrived. The revised plan combined compost collection, crop rotation, donor plots, controlled irrigation, and smaller transfers. Kitchen waste moved to managed compost yards instead of alleys. Farmers planted hardy ground cover where the soil required recovery. Lena's power shortened part of the process. It did not eliminate agriculture. The first useful harvest increase was modest. It was also enough to stabilize bread ration projections. Theo found Lena beside the donor plots after sunset, checking soil by hand, while refugee children carried compost baskets toward the next bed. We could push the western patch harder, he said. Another transfer would buy several days of ration margin. Lena did not look up. And leave what for the buy? Next planting. The compost cycle should recover part of it. Part? She brushed soil from her fingers. You keep asking what a system can produce before you ask what must remain alive afterward. Theo looked across the field. The prepared donor rows were not waste. They were reserve. So we do not use the western patch. Lena finally looked at him. You changed that quickly. I have learned to become suspicious when someone tells me the last reserve is available capacity. A small smile appeared. Good, good. I was prepared to argue longer. I noticed. The children passed them carrying half-filled baskets because Lena had forbidden loads too heavy for their age. Theo watched her correct one boy's grip, then send him back laughing with the others. You protect everything, he said. People first, Lena replied. Fields second, harvest after that. That order seems inefficient. It is. Her smile widened. Theo found himself smiling back before he could turn the exchange into another calculation. The refugee crisis had produced 2 new systems in less than a week. It also gave Vesper more evidence. Theo found her in Sanctuary House, surrounded by 12 witches and twice as many ordinary refugees. A copy of the standard Civic Works contract lay unopened on the table. You did not sign, he said. I was waiting to learn whether refusal changes my room assignment. It doesn't, my ration. No, my hearing. No, Vesper leaned back. Then, why was the contract delivered before anyone asked what I wanted? Because Civic Works needs specialists. And your registration indicates an oxidation ability. My registration was written by the men who arrested me. Is it inaccurate? No, that does not make their ownership claim valid. Vesper pushed the contract toward him. What happens when the city feeds 10 witches who refuse magical work? The refugees around her waited for the answer. Emergency sanctuary is not employment, Theo said. And permanent residence requires contribution under the founding charter. There it is. Contribution does not have to be magical. The clerks who delivered this did not mention alternatives. Theo looked at the official standing near the door. The man lowered his eyes. Selene arrived with revised registration forms before Theo finished questioning him. Contribution may include ordinary labor, childcare, sanitation, study toward needed work, medical assistance, civic service, or other verified participation, she said. Disability and dependent care require separate review? Vesper read the list. A softer chain. Selene sat opposite her. Which clause makes it a chain? The city decides what contribution has value. Every city does. Then do not call yours freedom. Selene's expression remained composed. Freedom does not mean the absence of every obligation. It means your body and power are not owned. Refusal is protected, and duties are governed by law, rather than someone's appetite. Vesper looked at Theo. And who writes the law? For now. We do, he said. Exactly. She stood and faced the gathered residents. At Greyhaven's noble works, witches lived in clean rooms. We received meals, dresses, and wages recorded in ledgers we could not touch. Our contracts renewed automatically. The gates were guarded for our protection. When one woman tried to leave, her debt for food and housing exceeded 6 years of wages. No one interrupted. The Lord visited twice a year. Vesper continued. He called us partners. He asked whether we were comfortable. Supervisors stood behind him while we answered. Her iron-gray eyes settled on Theo. You have better words, better records, perhaps even better intentions. But your city survives because witches work. You control sanctuary, wages, guards, and courts. Tell me which part makes this different. Theo could have listed clauses. He could have pointed to Iris' contract, Mira's closure authority, or Selene's hearing. Vesper had already heard rulers use examples of kindness, to defend structures of control. You may refuse the contract, he said. You may remain under sanctuary while your permanent contribution status is reviewed. You may criticize me publicly, organize the witches here, and obtain copies of every rule affecting you, until you change your mind. That is the weakness we are trying to remove. Vesper watched him. You admit it exists. Yes. Then I will not join your administration. I did not ask you to. You would, probably. Now you are learning. She kept the room. She rejected magical employment. 2 days later, a rusted support bracket failed beside one of Sanctuary House kitchen flues. Workers caught the sagging pipe before it fell, but the heated iron had already begun scaling and weakening around the cracked joint. Vesper stepped forward before anyone asked her. I am not signing your contract, she said. Theo looked at the support. I did not ask. Good. She placed 2 fingers against the hot metal. Dark red lines appeared beneath the skin of her wrist. The orange scaling along the exposed surface slowed. It did not disappear. The iron remained hot. The crack remained a crack. A worker stared. You stopped the rust. I slowed the oxidation at the surface. For how long? As long as I keep control and the area stays small, Theo asked. Can you reverse existing damage? No. Remove heat? No. Stop a fire? Not once the heat and fuel are already enough to keep feeding it. I can slow oxidation where I can define the boundary. I cannot make burned wood unburn. Her fingers began trembling. Vesper removed her hand. The scaling resumed almost immediately. There, she said. Precision. Stability. Repeatability. Sustainable output. Write your little boxes. Theo did? Why demonstrate if you refuse the work? Because refusing employment is not the same as refusing to help when I choose. The repair crew replaced the damaged bracket with sound iron. Vesper did not touch it again. The test entered Civic Works records as a voluntary safety demonstration, not an employment assignment. The next morning, she began collecting complaints about Civic Works schedules, privacy, guards, housing, and the sanctuary process. She called the group an assembly before it possessed any recognized authority. Theo allowed the meetings to continue. Some officials thought that proved weakness. The witches noticed that Vesper still received rations. The distinction mattered more. Ironvale's first uncontrolled awakening after the charter draft began inside Martabelle's bakery. A clay jug exploded against the wall. Then a sealed pot launched from the stove and struck the ceiling. Water hammered through pipes beneath the floor hard enough to shake the tables. Customers fled as every container holding liquid began to tremble. Marta found Nia crouched in the storeroom with both hands pressed over her ears. Pale blue lines moved across the girl's forearms. Mama, make it stop! Marta understood before Nia did. She barred the back door. When the city response team arrived, she refused to open it. My daughter is sick. Roder stood outside with guards, physicians, and Iris. The connected pipes are building pressure, he said. If we do nothing, they may rupture beneath the neighboring houses. You will take her. No one has ordered that. The law does. The procedure changed. Marta braced herself against the door. Your procedure changes when people are watching. A copper water line. A copper water line. Tore loose beneath the bakery. A burst of water split the street stones. Roder ordered both ends of the district line closed. Workers opened downstream drains and removed people from adjacent buildings. Iris stepped close enough to speak through the door. Nia, can you hear me? A frightened voice answered from inside. Are you touching water? No. Anything wet? A barrel? Pipe bowl? My dress? The jug broke. Liquid pressure traveled through connected water. The damp cloth might be enough for Nia to feel every root around her without understanding any of them. Move away from the spill, Iris said. Slowly, another pipe hammered. I can't. You don't have to stop everything. We are closing the paths outside, Marta said. She is a child. I know. You are about to be burned. Yes, that is what happens to witches. It happened to me, because everyone waited until fear became an accident. Iris placed one palm against the door. You can keep hiding her until the door. Building breaks, or you can let us help her choose where the pressure goes. Marta's hand shook on the latch. She opened the door. No guards rushed inside. Roder held them back while Iris, one physician, and a water worker entered. Nia stood amid broken pottery and spilled water. Every droplet around her trembled. The water worker pointed to the main pipe. Source pressure is isolated, but the sealed interior sections still hold force. Path? Iris asked. Kitchen pipe, Wash tank, floor drain. The rain barrel outside may connect through the gutter basin. Sink. They prepared open barrels in the yard and connected the interior line to a wide drainage hose. No one knew whether Nia could route pressure deliberately. That was why every vessel around her had to fail safely. Iris crouched several paces away. You are not creating the pressure. Nia looked at her. It feels like everything wants to burst, because you're moving force through the water without choosing a destination. How do I stop? First, choose one path. Iris pointed toward the open hose. The water worker opened that route. It leads to barrels with no sealed lids. Move what you feel toward it. Nia shook her head. I don't know how. How did you make the jug break? I wanted everyone to stop shouting. Then do the opposite. Do not push everything away. Follow one connection. The physician watched the light on Nia's arms. Strain is increasing. Rotor stood at the doorway. We may need restraints. No, Iris said. The word was quiet. Absolute. Nia placed both hands around the damp cloth of her dress. Water surged through the open hose. The first barrel filled in seconds, then spilled safely over its rim. The second rocked but did not break. Hammering beneath the bakery weakened. The trembling droplets on the floor became still. Nia collapsed into her mother's arms. The pale line stopped before reaching her shoulders. The city did not take her away. Physicians examined her at home. Rotor posted a guard outside because the remaining lines still required inspection, not because Nia had become a prisoner. Marta sat beside her daughter's bed through the night. Helena reviewed every decision the next morning. You entered without restraints, she said. Rotor nodded. After clearing the connected buildings, you allowed a thermal witch to direct a pressure awakening. Iris understood the 5 laws, and had the girl's trust. She is not a physician, no. That is why a physician entered with her. Helena looked toward Nia, who slept with one hand still gripping Marta's sleeve. The old procedure would have isolated her immediately. Marta's voice came from beside the bed. The old procedure would have made me hide her until someone died. Helena turned. Marta did not lower her gaze. My husband died in a witch accident. I believed every girl with a mark should be taken before the same thing happened again. Her hand closed around Nias. Then it was my daughter. No one needed to explain the contradiction. Marta had not decided powers were harmless. She had discovered that chains threatened someone she loved. Nia entered protected education under physicians, water workers, and charter observers. She was prohibited from industrial shifts while underage. Training focused on recognizing connections, selecting open sinks, and stopping before strain. The decision became public. Parents who had hidden suspicious incidents began reporting them. Workers requested basic witch safety instruction. The city's first answer to a new awakening had not been a pyre. That changed more behavior than any speech Theo could have delivered. The provisional witch charter was presented in Execution Square. The pyre was gone. Its scorch marks remained between the stones. Selene stood above them and read each article in language the crowd could understand. A witch owned her body and power. Labor required consent and pay. No contract could be purchased, inherited, or transferred. Refusal did not cancel personhood. An operator could shut down a process she considered dangerous. Medical information belonged to the patient, while public operational risks remained subject to review. Sanctuary did not grant sexual access, forced marriage, or control over private relationships. A protected resident could leave Ironvale. Rights remained after injury or loss of power. The crowd reacted differently to every clause. Workers approved wages. Merchants disliked non-transferability. Temple supporters objected to departure without registration. Garrick challenged shutdown authority. If a furnace operator stops during a critical batch, he said, everyone on that line loses wages. If a fear overrides master judgment, no workshop can function. Rotor answered from the guard delegation. An operator hiding strain because she fears punishment is a security threat. The line does not become safer because a supervisor prefers the schedule. The guild already regulates dangerous work. The reservoir does not care which seal signed the order. Garrick looked toward Iris. So a witch's private feeling closes a public system. Iris stepped forward. Strain is not a feeling. She uncovered one wrist. The mark changes. Control becomes less precise. The path stops behaving as expected. If you wait until a supervisor agrees I am injured, you may be waiting inside the failure. Garrick did not withdraw his objection. He revised it. Then shutdown must be recorded and reviewed. Selene added the requirement. Immediate authority first. Review afterward. Vesper waited until the debate turned to final ratification. Then she walked into the square with signatures from the witches at Sanctuary House. This charter gives us rights, she said. It does not give us a voice in changing them, Selene replied. Public amendments require hearing, conducted by officials appointed by him. She pointed toward Theo. Contracts are reviewed by offices he controls. Guards answer to his captain. Courts operate beneath his charter. Even good clauses become gifts if the giver keeps every key. The crowd expected Theo to defend himself. He did not. She is right. Several council members protested at once. Theo raised his voice. Ratification remains provisional. Witches will choose their own representatives before permanent governance is settled. Vesper studied him from across the square. You understand that those representatives may oppose you. That is the point. No, she said. That is the test. Thou, she said. Charter entered provisional force. Not complete. Real enough to matter. Freedom faced its next test through an offer, not an arrest. A neighboring noble sent agents to Sanctuary House with polished contracts, private transport, high wages, and rooms described as finer than anything Ironvale could provide. 2 adult witches wanted to accept. Selene reviewed the documents. The departure clause is vague, she said. Termination requires repayment of relocation, housing, medical assessment, and training costs. Contract obligations transfer to the employer's heir. One of the women folded her arms. The agent says that is ordinary protection against people taking advance pay and leaving. It may be. You think they are lying. I think the document permits confinement without using the word. The other woman looked toward the crowded sanctuary house. Ironvale has 6 women to a room. Food is rationed. The workshops hire only after weeks of testing. They offer wages now, Vesper said. A gilded chain remains a chain, the first woman replied. And hunger remains hunger. Theo did not order them to stay. He required the risks to be explained in front of witnesses. He confirmed both women understood the terms as written. He offered time and separate legal advice. They still chose to leave. Officials gathered at the gate as if expecting Theo to reverse the decision once the carriage arrived. He did not. The women boarded. One looked back. If Ironvale truly allows departure, you will not send guards after us. No, Theo said. And if we regret it, you may petition to return. The carriage left. A treasury official spoke before the dust settled. We fed them for 3 weeks, yes. We provided beds, examinations, and training. Yes, they carried that value to another territory. They were never an investment we owned. The official left angry. Vesper remained. You allowed a bad choice. I allowed their choice. You could have refused the agent's entry. That would protect them by making Ironvale harder to leave. Vesper watched the carriage disappear. For once, she said. For once, she said. I have no immediate argument. Should I mark the date, Doe? So you can remember how brief it was. Iris found Theo on the wall that evening. The departing carriage was long gone. If I chose to leave, she asked, would you let me? Yes. The answer hurt before it left him. She heard that too. Even if Civic Works failed? Yes. Even if the levy became impossible? Yes. Even if the city lost its charter and every other witch lost sanctuary. Theo looked at her. That is not a fair choice to place on you. It would, at her, still be the consequence. I would ask you to stay. I would tell you what leaving costs. I would find every alternative I could. He forced the final words out without making them softer. But I would not stop you. Cold wind moved across the wall. Iris stood close enough that the sleeve of her coat brushed his hand. You make it difficult to decide whether I trust you, she said. Why? Because every time I find a reason not to, you do something expensive. You could choose easier standards. That sounds like a request to lower them. It was worth trying. She looked toward the lights of Civic Works. At the pyre. I thought you spared me because you saw useful power. I did see one, I know. If I pretend otherwise, I turn the first decent decision I made into a lie. That is why this is difficult. Their eyes met. The space between them changed. Theo wanted to close it. Iris did too. Neither moved. Her contract, sanctuary, home, and public standing still passed through systems Theo controlled. Desire did not erase that imbalance. Not yet, Iris said. Theo nodded. Not yet. She stayed beside him until the wash bell. Mira heard about the conversation without being told. Theo discovered this when she entered the mine office, placed a structural report on his desk and said, You were rejected very responsibly. I was not rejected. Postponed? This is city business? Everything involving the Lord's judgment is city business. No more. Mira sat on the corner of the table. Her teasing faded. I watched those women leave. Theo waited. At the quarry, the owner called us family. He said the work would fail without us. When I tried to leave, that became the reason I was not allowed. She looked toward the north mine. You let people carry away abilities your city needs. They belong to them. I know. Her amber brown eyes returned to his. That is when I began believing you mean it. The admission held more intimacy than her jokes. Theo said, you invoked the charter before I offered anything. Yes, you believed before I did. I believed in a loophole. I am beginning to believe in Ironvale. She rose. And you are still very young. There it is. I did not want you becoming comfortable. Selene was less direct. Her closeness emerged through work. She argued with Theo over enforcement, appointments, appeals, and emergency powers until both understood the shape of the Uter's mind. One night, while revising the charter, her hand rested near his over the same document. Neither moved away. You know this clause may allow me to rule against you, she said. That is why you are writing it. You say things that make attraction inconvenient. Theo looked at her. Selene continued reading before he could answer. The moment remained. So did the clause. Ironvale's population grew faster than its revenue. Housing crews consumed timber needed for wall repairs. Water systems required maintenance. Food improvements depended on compost, labor, and fields that could not expand inside the walls. Clinics served people who had never paid Ironvale taxes. Treasury figures that had improved for 2 months began narrowing again. Then a royal notice arrived from Commissioner Cassian Rook's office. Reports of unlicensed strategic infrastructure, which operated military production, and the Riverside Purification Network had accelerated Ironvale's final assessment. The city had less time than expected. Theo read the notice in council. If we miss the levy, the Crown revokes the charter, Selene said. And every sanctuary protection becomes vulnerable. Garrick tapped the production ledger. Then Civic Works must increase output. Iris opened the thermal report. The central reservoir is already recovering more slowly. We can add another sink. With what copper? The next ore payment? The payment requires the next shipment. Every problem connected to the next. Theo introduced production targets. Teams that met verified output received bonuses. Priority materials went to lines with the strongest delivery records. Maintenance remained required on paper, and safety limits remained posted. The results were immediate. Output rose. The military shipment moved ahead of schedule. Civilian orders cleared. Treasury projections improved enough to preserve rations and compensation reserves. Workers welcomed the bonuses. Supervisors competed for access to the most efficient lines. More industries connected to the central thermal reservoir, because waste heat could serve washing, drying, medicine storage, food preparation, and material treatment. Success tightened the network. Maintenance requests began moving to the next shift. Then the next week, workers ignored minor symptoms because leaving a line could cost the team its target. Isolation tests were shortened to preserve production time. Every decision remained small enough to defend. Together, they changed the city. Iris brought Theo the reservoir report. After midnight, the control room was hot, despite winter air entering through open vents. She placed 3 weeks of measurements side by side. Look at the recovery intervals. Theo followed the marked lines. Theo followed the marked lines. Each cycle began slightly hotter than the last. The reservoir is cooling too slowly. It is filling faster too. Every new connection sends heat back here. We added monitoring. Monitoring tells you the danger is increasing. It does not remove it. How long until the shipment is complete? 4 days if nothing fails. Theo looked at the royal deadline, treasury ledger, and thermal curve. What margin remains before shutdown? The posted limit protects against uncertainty. What is the measured rupture threshold? Iris went still. No. I asked for the number. I know what you are doing. We need 4 days. You are treating the space between safe and catastrophic as available capacity. With continuous monitoring and reduced throughput during the hottest periods, the system has more connections than when we measured that threshold. We isolate it. Non-essential lines. You should reduce production. If we do, we miss the payment. If we miss the payment, rations tighten, wages fail, and the assessment becomes unwinnable. Iris' expression hardened. All true. Theo heard the warning inside those words. Truth did not make the decision safe. It made the risk tempting. He authorized a temporary operating margin above the posted shutdown level. Additional observers were assigned. Non-essential heat use was reduced. The military line received priority. The authorization expired after the shipment. Theo signed it. Iris signed only the objection beneath it. The final batch entered heat treatment before dawn on the 4th day. Outside, wagons waited for loading. Inside Civic Works, workers calculated bonuses already earned if the shipment departed on schedule. The central indicator reached the original shutdown mark. A bell sounded once. The night supervisor checked Theo's authorization. The revised margin had not yet been exceeded. He silenced the warning. Complete the run, he ordered. A young witch trainee monitored one of the secondary return lines. She had been assigned only measured low-throughput transfers, but blue-gray lines had begun spreading beneath her sleeve. She saw them. Then she looked toward the workers beside the furnace. One man had already promised his bonus to a landlord. Another needed medicine for his wife. The city needed the payment. The supervisor had the Lord's signed margin. She pulled her sleeve down. Heat moved through the return line. The central reservoir absorbed a load, then stopped absorbing evenly. Iris entered Civic Works and halted at the threshold. She felt the imbalance before the gauges showed it. Shut down. The supervisor looked at the batch timer. We are within the temporary margin. Shut it down now. Workers moved toward the valves. The return line struck its supports with a sound like a hammer blow. Iris reached the trainee. The girl's hand had locked around the contact plate. Release it. I can finish. You are at saturation. The batch does not matter. Iris tore the insulated handle away from the plate and called toward the thermal room. Isolate the central room. Reservoir. A worker pulled the first control. The line did not close. Heat had expanded the internal fitting. Bram seized the manual lever and forced it down with both hands. The main feed isolated. The return line remained hot. Rotor's paired lock procedure shut the wash circuit. Another crew disconnected the medicine line. Alarms sounded across the hall. Workers began evacuating. The early systems functioned. They were not enough. The unsegmented return line connected 3 active reservoirs to the central chamber. Heat found the path of least resistance and raced toward the weakest sink. Stone cracked beneath the floor. Iris pushed the trainee toward the exit. Run. The reservoir ruptured. Steam tore through the thermal room. A copper line whipped from the wall and struck a support column. Molten fittings scattered across the floor. Pressure lifted part of the stone barrier before slamming it into the finishing hall. The first alarm had cleared the upper platform. The second exit remained open because Rotor had required it. Those decisions saved lives. The connected network carried destruction to places the original failure should never have reached. Fire moved through spilled oil. Workers disappeared behind steam. The roof above the thermal corridor folded inward. Theo reached Civic Works as the windows blew out. Rotor seized him before he entered through the main doors. East access. My people are inside. So are mine. Use the access that is not collapsing. Rescue crews dragged burned workers into the yard. Selene turned a material cart into a treatment station. Physicians cut clothing from scalded skin. Mira pressed both hands to the outer wall and directed crews toward vibrations beneath the debris. Tessa held a fractured passage together while masons braced it. The systems Ironvale had built saved people from the system that had failed. Theo found the trainee near the yard wall. She was alive. One arm lay motionless at her side, the skin marked by branching discoloration from wrist to shoulder. The physician looked at Theo once. The answer was already there. Permanent nerve damage. Iris emerged through the steam with burns along one sleeve and soot across her face. She saw Theo standing beside the injured girl. Neither of them looked toward the supervisor. Neither blamed the furnace crew. Neither searched the wreckage for an enemy. Iris stopped in front of Theo. Her voice was quiet enough that only those nearest heard it. I warned you. Yes, Theo said. The word was almost lost beneath the alarms. Iris looked at him once more, then turned away. South return line is still carrying heat, she called. If it reaches the medicine store, the cooling sink will reverse. Rotor seized command before Theo could answer. Second team to the south line. Clear the clinic corridor. Nobody enters the main hall without a rescue assignment. A guard looked toward Theo for confirmation. Theo forced himself to move aside. You heard the captain. Rotor pointed toward the treatment yard. Go there. Find out what the physicians need and make officials obey them. It was not where Theo wanted to be. That was why he went. The courtyard filled with smoke, steam, injured workers, and people shouting names through the confusion. Selene divided the space into immediate treatment, observation, and the dead. The final section remained empty. For now. Clean water, she said as Theo approached. Burn dressings separately. Anyone exposed to the yellow insulation powder stays downwind, until we know what it contains. Theo sent clerks running. Iris re-entered the damaged side corridor with 2 thermal operators and Bram behind her. Rotor blocked the opening. You are injured. The line is still connected. Send someone else. No one else can distinguish whether the medicine sink is receiving or returning heat. Bram held up a hooked iron bar. She identifies the path. We close it mechanically. Rotor looked toward Theo. Theo did not issue the order. Iris decides whether she can continue. Her burned sleeve had been cut away. The skin beneath was red, but not blistered deeply. Her witch mark showed strain rather than saturation. I can isolate one line, she said. After that, I stop. Rotor opened the passage. They entered beneath a brace Tessa held together with both palms against cracked stone. Masons drove temporary supports into place behind them, one at a time. So her power did not become the only thing keeping the roof overhead. On the outer wall, Mira shifted her hands along the stone. 3 people beneath the finishing floor, she said. 1 moving. 2 faint miners marked the positions. Can you guide the cut? Rotor asked. Yes. I cannot hold the debris. No one asked you to. The rescue crew entered with saws, jacks, ropes, and shovels. Mira fed them directions through a guard stationed at the opening. Half a pace left. Stop cutting. Support above the iron plate. Her amber lines brightened as repeated impacts traveled through the wall. A physician touched her shoulder. Your mark. I see it. Then rotate out. There is no second resonance operator. There will also be none if you rupture. Mira closed her eyes and located the final trapped worker before removing her hands. Marked all 3. She sat against the wall and allowed the physician to examine her without argument. Inside the south corridor, Iris found the return line heating a sealed cooling cabinet from the wrong direction. Medicine packed in the inner compartment had begun warming. Bram drove the hooked bar through the warped valve wheel. On your call. Iris touched the pipe before the junction. Now! Bram and 2 workers forced the wheel. The stems snapped. The valve plate dropped inside the housing and blocked most of the path. Not complete, Iris said. A worker reached for the emergency clamp. Iris stopped him. That section is carrying heat. Bram wrapped the clamp handles in dry insulation and fitted it himself. The line sealed. Iris removed her hand. Done. No one asked for one more task. By midday, the fire was contained. By evening, every missing worker had been found. Several suffered burns and fractures. 1 died before the physicians could stop internal bleeding. The empty section of Selene's treatment yard no longer remained empty. The injured trainee woke after sunset. Her right hand did not move. She looked at it for a long time, then asked whether the shipment had been completed. Selene answered. No. The girl closed her eyes. I cost everyone? No. Selene's voice sharpened. The line failed. You were injured. Those are the facts. I should have reported the mark. Yes. The honesty made the trainee look at her again. Selene pulled a stool closer. You should have reported it. The supervisor should have stopped at the first alarm. The system should not have allowed one return line to spread the failure. The targets should not have made you believe your body stood between the city and ruin. The Lord signed the margin. Yes. Theo heard the words from outside the treatment partition. He did not enter. The night supervisor was detained before dawn. He surrendered the bypass key and admitted silencing the first warning. Several officials wanted the announcement issued immediately. Individual negligence. Unauthorized alarm suppression. Violation of operating procedure. Theo read the proposed statement in the emergency council. Then he tore it in half. The supervisor stood under guard near the wall. You bypassed the alarm. Theo said. Yes. Why? The authorized margin had not been exceeded. The posted shutdown limit had. You signed the temporary operation order. Yes, the room became. Still, the supervisor swallowed. The shipment had to leave before dawn. If we stopped at the original line, we would lose the payment and every team on the floor would lose its bonus. Did you believe I expected production to continue? Yes. The answer came without hesitation. Theo looked at the officials who had prepared the statement. The inquiry will record his decision. It will also record mine, a clerk said. My lord. Accepting direct responsibility may expose the city to claims we cannot afford. The city is already responsible. The supervisor acted outside procedure. He acted inside the pressure I created. Garrick entered the council chamber with 2 gilded representatives and the names of every injured worker. That pressure does not pay their families. No. Theo placed the treasury ledger on the table. Compensation begins today. With what money? The remaining levy reserve, the treasury clerk protested. That reserve protects the charter. The charter is supposed to protect people. And when the crown revokes it? Then we face that after paying for the harm we caused. Garrick studied him. I want an independent investigation. Workers, guild, witches, guard, temple, and city administration. You have it. You do not appoint every member. No, you testify under questioning. Ah, yes. Vesper waited outside the council chamber with nearly every witch in Sanctuary House. She did not shout. "You built a city where witches could say no," she said. "Then you designed a schedule where saying no meant taking wages from everyone around them." Theo had no answer that improved the truth. "I did. Will the trainees armed? I did. Will the trainees recover? The physicians do not know. They know." Yes." Vesper stepped closer. "You cannot apologize your way out of a system. I know, do you?" Theo looked toward the ruined foundry. "I am shutting down all connected thermal production. That am shutting down all connected thermal production." Change the anger around her, not into approval, into comprehension of the cost. Vesper said, "The Treasury cannot survive that. No, the assessment is coming. Yes. You may lose the charter. Yes, and you will still stop. The network is not safe." She searched his face for qualification. There was none. "Good," she said. "Now do not expect that decision to buy forgiveness." Iris confronted him only once, not in public, not during rescue. She found him beside the sealed thermal room after the final body had been removed. "You heard me," she said. "Yes. You understood the reservoir was recovering more slowly." Yes. You asked for the rupture threshold anyway." "Yes. Why?" Theo looked through the broken doorway, because every consequence of stopping was visible, and the risk of continuing was still a number. "To you, yes, to me, it was pain. I know that now. You knew it before. That was the deepest cut, because it was true. He had seen strain. He had watched her sacrifice a batch. He had signed her right to stop. Then he had built incentives around the assumption that other people would exercise that right while he made refusal costly. "I have no defense," he said. "I did not come for one." Iris left him beside the reservoir. Thermal production stopped across Ironvale. The foundry could still operate with ordinary furnaces, but output returned to the uneven rates that had nearly killed the city months before. Heated wash lines cooled. The medicine cabinet relied on ice, brought from higher slopes. Mine pipes required more fuel to prevent freezing. Orders vanished. Merchants who had praised Ironvale's innovation invoked failure clauses. The military quartermasters suspended payment. The treasury projection collapsed from weeks to days. Theo sold the keep ceremonial silver, unused carriages, imported wine, decorative weapons, and most of the expensive furnishings left by the Vale household. The auction filled the square. Citizens watched noble luxuries become medical funds and replacement timber. The sale mattered. It did not cover one family's future, much less every injury. Theo froze the household budget and reduced his own staff. Rotor prevented him from cutting the keep kitchen below what guards and clerks required to function. "Starving the administration will not heal anyone," the captain said. "It saves money, it creates tired guards, lost records." And another failure. Theo signed the corrected budget. The compensation fund combined treasury reserves. The auction proceeds, guild contributions, and a fixed share of future Civic Works revenue. Families received immediate support. Lena rejected the first payment agreement because it required recipients to waive later claims. The treasury clerk argued that open liability could bankrupt Ironvale. Selene returned the document. "Then write a schedule of guaranteed support. Do not purchase silence with emergency bread." The waiver was removed. Some citizens demanded Theo resign. Others wanted him to surrender Ironvale to royal administration before the charter was revoked. A smaller group defended him because he had accepted responsibility. Vesper criticized them most sharply. A lord admitting fault does not make the fault smaller. The public inquiry opened 12 days after the rupture. Selene chaired the hearings with representatives selected by workers, the guild, the guard, the temple, the city administration, and the witches' meetings at Sanctuary House. Theo sat at the witness table, not above it. Helena presented first. "The workshop possessed written shutdown limits," she said. "It also possessed an authorization allowing continued operation above one of those limits. Workers therefore learned that rules remained negotiable when production pressure increased." Theo's temporary order was entered into evidence. Rotor reconstructed the network. He used a large wall diagram showing the central reservoir, 3 return paths, public services, and isolation points. Yearly closures protected the wash line and medicine corridor, he said. The main feed isolated. The return line did not. He marked the connected section in red. One failure entered 3 systems because efficiency had been prioritized over separation. Bram submitted deferred maintenance orders. He did not blame only supervisors. "I knew the schedule was tightening," he said. "I allowed non-critical work to move because the levy mattered. Some of it remained non-critical. Some of it became part of the chain." Garrick asked. Would a master smith have predicted the reservoir rupture? No. Then why accept responsibility? Because I saw men being rewarded for delay and told myself I would intervene before it became dangerous. He looked at Theo. We both thought the dangerous moment would announce itself clearly. The injured trainee testified with her arm supported in a sling. Selene offered a closed hearing. She refused. I knew I could stop, the girl said. The rule was on the wall. Then why did you hide your symptoms? Vesper asked. Everyone's bonus depended on the batch. The city needed the payment. The supervisor had the Lord's order. Did anyone threaten you? No. Were you free to stop? The trainee looked at her unmoving hand. On paper, no witness produced a saboteur. No hidden enemy emerged. The inquiry's findings filled 12 pages. Production incentives discouraged reporting. The temporary margin weakened shutdown authority. Maintenance delay was normalized. A single connected return line allowed cascading failure. Workers could refuse in law, but not without social and economic punishment. The Lord's emergency authority overrode safeguards without independent approval. Selene read the final conclusion aloud. Ironvale's protections depend too heavily upon officials choosing to honor them, when doing so is inconvenient. Rights without enforceable authority are insufficient. Theo stood. I accept the finding. A council member whispered for him to challenge at least the final clause. Theo did not. What remedies will you accept? Selene asked. Binding shutdown authority. Independent safety review. Separation of the network. Limits on my power to suspend core protections. Vesper spoke from the witch representative's table. And an assembly chosen by witches. Murmurs moved through the hall. Theo looked at her. Define its authority. Review contracts affecting witches. Select representatives for safety investigations. Challenge schedules, medical practices, and public uses of witch power. Hold standing in charter disputes. Can it stop production? If operator safety is involved, Garrick objected. You want a second guild with authority over the first. No way. We want authority over decisions made with our bodies. The workers also risk injury. Then workers deserve representation too. Garrick's answer stopped before becoming disagreement. Theo said, the city recognizes an independent witch assembly. Vesper's expression did not soften. You do not appoint its members, no. You do not approve candidates, no. You do not dissolve it when it obstructs you, not under the charter. Then, under the charter. Charter must bind you before the assembly trusts the promise. Selene began the revision immediately. Operator shutdown became unilateral and immediate danger. Review came afterward. No supervisor, master, council member, guard captain, temple official, assembly representative, or lord could order a witch to continue through declared strain. Deliberate false shutdown claims could be investigated. The process stopped first. The city lord lost the power to revoke core rights alone. Body and power ownership, voluntary paid labor, refusal, departure, non-transferability, medical privacy, protection after injury or power loss. Those clauses required divided approval to change. Garrett gained worker representation and safety review without authority over witch contracts. Helena gained independent inspection rights without temple custody or ownership. The city judiciary, civic council, workers, and witch assembly each received a voice. No group received every key. The ratification vote returned to Execution Square. There was no celebration. The dead worker's family stood near the front. The injured trainees sat with other operators. Some guild members voted against the revisions because they feared delays. Some witches voted against them because they believed no charter beneath noble rule could be trusted. The measure passed. Vesper became one of the assembly's first representatives through a vote Theo neither organized nor observed. She arrived at the first joint meeting carrying more amendments. Theo considered that proof the institution was functioning. Rebuilding began with lower ambition. Iris rejected the first design schedule before examining its completion date. You placed all 4 districts on one opening sequence. They are separated. On paper. The valve corridor still serves every line. We lack copper for duplicate routes. Then open fewer districts. The assessment, no, the word landed between them. Not angry. Operational. Theo looked at the plan again. Which district first? The clinic and water systems. Foundry after deliberate isolation tests. Public heat last. The slower schedule cost orders. Theo approved it in the open design meeting. Several officials looked at him as if waiting for private reversal. It never came. The rebuilt thermal network used smaller reservoirs instead of one dominant sink. Isolation valves divided each district. Visible load indicators stood beside manual controls. Local systems could disconnect without shutting down the entire city. Mechanical pumps returned beside pressure-assisted lines. Ordinary furnaces remained ready, even when less efficient. Manual bells and runners supplemented workshop signals. The first test was designed to fail. Iris transferred a controlled heat load into the clinic reservoir. Operators opened an incorrect return path by prior agreement. The alarm sounded. The alarm sounded. The local operator called shutdown. Theo stood beside the production supervisor. A medicine cabinet was midway through cooling, and stopping would spoil a test compound worth several days of clinic budget. The supervisor looked at him. Theo said nothing. The operator isolated the district. The compound warmed and became unusable. The clinic reservoir stabilized. No heat reached the adjacent water line. Workers watched the ruined medicine batch cool on the table. Bram folded his arms. Successful. The word sounded strange. Then workers began striking tools against the floor in approval. They were celebrating a failure that had remained small. The Food Council brought Theo another limit the following evening. Trade losses and refugee growth had narrowed the grain reserve again. One clerk proposed using Lena's western donor fields for an accelerated harvest before winter. Theo found her at the field boundary with both hands buried in dark compost. "How much food could we gain if you pushed the western plots?" he asked. Lena looked toward the donor rows. "Enough to improve this month. And after, less soil recovery. Fewer healthy donor plants, worse seed stock." The answer was immediate. Theo looked at the ration figures he had brought. The city could use the food now. "That did not make the reserve free. Then we do not use them." Lena studied him. "You did not ask how far I could push before the fields failed." "No, you wanted to." "Yes." She wiped soil from one hand. "And hunger is a better argument than a military shipment." Theo did not answer. That was why the choice mattered. Lena took the ration sheet from him and marked 2 smaller plots. "These can take limited transfer without damaging next season. We combine that with tighter kitchen waste collection and reduce spoilage first." Theo nodded. "Your limit, my judgment." He corrected himself. "Your judgment." A faint smile appeared. "You are learning. Slowly. Slow is better than learning." "After another field is dead." She handed the sheet back. Their fingers touched briefly. Neither moved away at once. Then Lena returned to the compost beds, and Theo carried her limits back to the council, unchanged. Mira found Theo at Civic Works after midnight 3 days later. He was checking isolation seals already signed by 2 engineers and Iris. She removed the inspection sheet from his hand. "You are done. I am verifying the corridor. You are verifying their signatures because you no longer trust yourself. That seems reasonable. It is not the same as trusting them," she said. The sheet on the table. Theo reached for another. Mira sat on the stack. "You cannot punish yourself into becoming safe. I am working. You are repeating your old mistake with different words." He looked at her. She had never known Theo Hart. She knew enough of Theo Vale. "If you collapse," Mira continued, "everyone spends time rescuing the guilty young lord instead of rebuilding the city. I am not going to collapse." That is what people say shortly before making the story inconvenient. He almost argued. Instead, he closed the inspection ledger. "What do you want me to do?" "Sleep. Tomorrow, assign one person whose work you will accept without repeating it." "That sounds irresponsible." "It sounds like administration." Theo left the corridor. The seal held without his presence. Selene confronted a different part of the damage. Her judicial office now possessed authority to investigate him, suspend civic actions, and protect the charter from his administration. Their attraction had not disappeared. That made the boundary more important. They stood in the records room after approving the Assembly's first formal challenge. "If this becomes personal," Selene said, "I cannot remain the principal legal reviewer. Do you want it to become personal?" "Yes." The answer was as calm as any ruling she had delivered. Theo's thoughts stopped behaving like organized records. Selene continued. "I also want the authority to rule against you. You have it. Wanting me while I use it is different from tolerating it before. I don't know how to prove that tonight. You do not." She closed the charter volume. "That is why. I am not asking for a promise. I am stating the condition." Theo stepped closer. Selene did not retreat. "Limiting your authority is not rejection," she said. "It is the reason I can trust you with anything beyond it." He understood. The moment did not need a kiss to become real. Their hands met between the files. No contracts changed. No office disappeared. The choice remained there when they separated. Iris took longer. She spoke to Theo in meetings. She corrected his plans. She approved or rejected systems without softening either decision. She did not discuss the rupture again. The change came during Civic Works' first paid production run after rebuilding. The order was small, the payment was not. A local reservoir reached its conservative shutdown mark, while the final batch remained in heat treatment. Iris called a stop. The supervisor looked at Theo. The treasury clerk looked at Theo. Workers looked at the batch. Theo walked to the manual isolation lever and pulled it himself. The furnace lost the controlled correction. Several pieces warped. The order would be late. Iris watched until the reservoir stabilized. Then she said, "You did not ask how far above the line we could go." "No, you wanted to." "Yes." Honesty remained more useful than performance. They stood beside the cooled control panel after everyone left. "I cannot forget what happened," she said. "I don't want you to. I may never trust you the way I did before. Then I earn whatever trust is possible now. You always make. Relationships sound like maintenance schedules. I am trying very hard not to. Try less." Iris stepped into the distance they had left open on the wall weeks earlier. She touched his face with the hand that had once been chained to a pyre. "This is not gratitude, I know. It is not payment for sanctuary. I know. If I leave, it ends only if I choose." "Yes," she kissed him, briefly, deliberately. When she moved back, Theo did not reach after her. Iris looked almost annoyed. "You may respond." He did. The second kiss lasted longer. Neither of them mistook it for forgiveness completed. It was a beginning built after proof. The two witches who had left Ironvale returned during the 5th month. Their carriage did not bring them. They arrived on foot. One had bruising around both wrists. The other carried a copy of the contract Selene had warned them about. The neighboring nobles' agents had charged housing, transport, medical examinations, and clothing against their wages. Departure required repayment of debt they could not calculate. The employer's son had claimed the right to inherit their contracts. They had escaped during a supply transfer. Vesper met them at the gate. She did not say she had warned them. Theo did not ask for gratitude. Ironvale registered their petition, provided medical treatment, and opened a legal hearing. One woman asked whether leaving had cancelled her sanctuary. Selene answered, "Freedom to leave would be meaningless if a bad decision permanently erased the right to seek protection." The case entered the charter record. So did the external contracts. Cassian Rook arrived 3 days later. His party included royal engineers, soldiers, clerks, and enough sealed authority to end Ironvale's experiment, with one successful inspection report. Cassian was 44, tall without appearing imposing, dressed in dark royal blue rather than ceremonial armor. He studied the city gate, the crowded housing districts, the water lines, and the patched foundry roof before greeting Theo. "I expected more banners," he said. "We used the cloth for bandages." Cassian's gaze moved to him. "That was either prepared or honest. Both can happen. Rarely." He did not begin with Civic Works successes. He walked through the ruins. The broken central reservoir remained partly exposed beside the rebuilt districts. A memorial board listed the dead worker, every injured person, and the incident findings. Cassian read the trainee's name. "She survived with permanent nerve damage." And the supervisor, awaiting judgment under the inquiry findings. "You did not execute him. No, you blame yourself. I accept responsibility for the policies and accept responsibility for the policies." "Authorization. That is not what I asked." Theo looked at the repaired lines. "Blame is easy to centralize. Causes are not." Cassian examined the segmented network, the witch assembly notices, the amended charter, and the compensation schedule. He praised nothing aloud. At sunset, he entered the Keep Council chamber and placed the royal proposal on the table. Funding sufficient to restore Civic Works, debt relief, military reinforcements before the black tide, recognition of Ironvale's industrial value. In exchange, the Crown would control witch registration, strategic assignments, intercity transfer, and emergency deployment. Existing residents could retain wages and housing. The city would survive. Its witches would become royal assets beneath cleaner rules. Cassian sat opposite Theo. "Your progress is real," he said. "So is the body count." Vesper stood behind the witch assembly's chair. Helena stood beside Selene with the inspection record. Iris, Mira, Bram, Garrick, and Roder filled the remaining places. Cassian placed one hand on the proposal. "A city capable of building this quickly is too important to fail." His gaze moved to the ruined reservoir beyond the windows, and too dangerous to remain under one 19-year-old lord. Funding figure. It could preserve the charter in name, pay the levy, rebuild the wall, restore wages, and prepare for winter. All Ironvale had to surrender was the principle that made survival worth defending. Cassian closed the document. You have until the end of my assessment to answer. Cassian began before dawn. He audited the treasury, tax arrears, production output, casualty records, compensation payments, sanctuary decisions, employment contracts, military stores, water reserves, and every incident report Civic Works possessed. He did not ask Theo to guide the review. Royal clerks selected documents at random. Engineers questioned operators without supervisors present. Soldiers inspected the wall alongside Rauder's officers. Cassian spoke to injured workers, merchants who had lost orders, families receiving compensation, witches who supported the charter, and witches who considered it inadequate. At the end of the first day, he stood inside the rebuilt thermal control room. This system now produces less than the one that ruptured. Ah yes, Theo said. And costs more? Yes. Your treasury cannot afford inefficiency. It cannot afford another district fire. Cassian examined the separated reservoirs. I expected you to deny the trade. Why? Rulers prefer calling reduced output an improvement. It is an improvement. Cassian looked toward him. That answer was nearly clever. It was accurate. More dangerous. The Royal Engineers tested each isolation point. They closed valves, reversed low-risk paths, interrupted signals, and deliberately gave operators conflicting instructions to see whether posted procedures survived authority. The system held until the third district test. A Royal Engineer returned from the Eastern Service Corridor, with soot on his sleeve and an altered map. 4 segmented lines passed through this chamber. Iris studied the mark. The valves are separate. The corridor is not. One fire here blocks access to all 4, Rauder said. The doors are reinforced. A collapsed ceiling does not use the doors. Theo looked at the plan. The shared route remained from the original warehouse conversion. Rebuilding had divided the lines without dividing the space around them. Cassian waited, not for an explanation, for the decision that followed exposure. Theo asked Iris, can we reroute 2 lines without shutting down the clinic? On at a time? Cost? Bram gave the figure. It was painful. Begin today. The Royal Engineer glanced at Cassian. Cassian said, external scrutiny appears useful after all. It is useful when correct, and when it is not? Then we show why. Cassian moved to the central control panel. What prevents Iris from intentionally overheating a district? The room tightened. Iris did not take offense. She could not do it through one closed valve, Theo said. I did not ask whether one valve would stop her. Rauder stepped forward. To route heat beyond her assigned reservoir. An operator requires physical access to 2 guarded junctions, authorization from district control, and a receiving sink opened by a separate crew. On. Manual isolation remains accessible to guards and workers. Could she bypass the route? Iris answered. Not without damaging the line in a way operators would detect before enough heat moved. Could you damage it? Yes. Cassian's gaze remained. On her. Could you kill people? Yes. Theo saw several clerks stop writing. Iris continued. So could a guard open a gate during attack. So could a water officer contaminate a reservoir. So could a master smith approve brittle steel. You compare witchcraft to ordinary authority. I compare dangerous access to dangerous access. Rauder demonstrated the control sequence. An operator requested a route. District control verified sink capacity. A guard checked the physical junction. Mechanical locks prevented one person from opening every path. No single witch controlled the network. Neither did Theo. Vesper observed from the doorway. Your royal system would place more witches beneath fewer commanders, she said. Cassian turned. The Crown can train inspectors, standardize procedures, and prevent local rulers from improvising dangerous systems. The Crown can also move an unwilling operator wherever it wants. In emergencies, strategic assets must answer strategic need. People, Vesper corrected. Cassian's expression remained level. A kingdom that cannot deploy its resources does not remain a kingdom. A kingdom that calls women resources may deserve the difficulty. Theo expected Cassian to dismiss her. He did not. He asked, what protects you if Lord Vale dies? The question moved through the room more sharply than any argument about machinery. Vesper looked toward Selene. Selene answered, the charter, administered by courts funded through the Lord's treasury. Judges appointed under his civic authority. Guards commanded by his captain, Rauder said. I obey the charter. You do, Cassian replied. Your successor may not. His may not? Theo said. Core rights cannot be revoked by the Lord alone. Who appoints the civic judges? Currently, the Lord confirms candidates, who can dismiss the council during declared emergency. Theo knew the clause. The Lord, who declares the emergency. The council or Lord. Then your protection remains one frightened ruler away from suspension. Selene opened the charter. He is right. Several council members turned toward her. Theo did not. Which clauses? He asked. Judicial appointments, emergency suspension, and final amendment review. Cassian studied them both. You permit your legal advisor to strengthen my argument. Her duty is to the charter, not you. No. Selena's eyes met Theo's, not him. The final charter convention began that afternoon. Civic council members wanted emergency speed. Workers wanted guaranteed safety authority. Garrick wanted stable professional standards. The Witch Assembly wanted personhood beyond noble permission. Helena wanted independent inspection and reporting. Rotor wanted command structures that could function during attack. Cassian's clerks wanted a system that could survive succession. No group trusted the others with complete control. That became the solution. Judges would be selected through qualified nomination and confirmed by divided civic approval, rather than the Lord alone. Core charter rights could not be suspended during emergency. Temporary safety measures required written scope, time limits, and review. Amendments affecting bodily ownership, voluntary labor, refusal, departure, non-transferability, privacy, or status after power loss required agreement from the judiciary, civic council, worker representatives, and Witch Assembly. The Lord retained ordinary executive authority. He did not retain every key. The final obstacle was Theo's power to dissolve the civic council. The authority belonged to the Old Vale Charter. A council member said, removing it weakens the Lord against corruption. Vesper replied, keeping it allows the Lord to erase anyone who challenges him. Cassian looked at Theo. This is the successor question in its simplest form. Do you trust every Lord Vale who comes after you? Theo inherited enough memories to answer. No, then why should the kingdom? Theo placed the old charter's seal on the table. I surrender unilateral dissolution and emergency suspension authority. The council chamber went silent. Rotor asked, permanently. Under the charter, Selene said. You cannot restore it later through executive order. I know. A future heir may challenge the amendment. Then the divided bodies defend it. Cassian leaned back. You understand you are reducing your own office. I am defining it. The final amendment passed in Execution Square. No one praised Theo's sacrifice. That would have made the charter another story about a benevolent ruler giving gifts. The crowd watched representatives from the council, judiciary, workers, and Witch Assembly place separate seals beneath the same articles. Theo's seal came last, not above theirs, beside them. Cassian examined the document afterward. This answers succession more seriously than I expected. Does it answer your proposal? No. The commissioner returned the royal offer to the table. Strategic infrastructure remains strategic. A city may distribute civic authority and still fail in war. Then, continue the inspection. I intend to. NIAS assessment took place at Riverside Works. The training tank contained enough water to demonstrate pressure transfer without endangering the district. Its outlet opened into an uncovered channel. Nia stood beside an adult instructor with Marta watching from behind the safety line. Cassian examined the tank. Why this little water? Because the objective is control, the instructor said. Not capacity. She is 15. Nia placed both hands against the pipe. Pressure moved through the water. A weighted gate lifted one hand's width. The indicator approached her training limit. Nia stopped. The gate dropped. Cassian waited. Is that all? Nia looked toward him. Yes. You could lift it farther. Yes. Why didn't you? Because the test ends here? Marta's shoulders lowered. Cassian asked. If an attack required more. Nia answered before anyone else. Then an adult operator takes the next station. The commissioner looked toward the instructors. No one corrected her. Marta testified afterward. If the old law had remained, she said, I would have hidden her. You opposed witches, Cassian said. I still fear what powers can do. Yet you support the charter. I support my daughter telling the city before the pipes break. Helena presented the incident records. Reports of suspicious awakenings had increased. Severe uncontrolled events had decreased. Families sought help earlier because disclosure no longer meant automatic removal. Freedom improved risk information, Cassian said. It appears so, Helena replied. You sound reluctant. I am precise. Garrick's evidence concerned employment. Civic Works had not eliminated guild labor. It had expanded apprenticeships, created new inspection roles, increased demand for reliable parts, and required more skilled workers to build systems around narrow powers. Witches did not replace your craftsmen, Cassian said. They made poor craft more visible, Garrick answered. That was uncomfortable. It was also useful, Vesper said. You may carve that sentence above the guild hall. You may pay for the stone. Cassian accepted every figure. He remained unconvinced. Free operators report more accurately, he told Theo in private. Distributed review catches local abuse. Neither proves this city survives when command becomes urgent and casualties begin. What proof would satisfy you? War. The answer arrived beneath their feet. A low vibration passed through the keep floor. The lamp chains trembled, then stopped. Mira entered without waiting for permission. North Station detected continuous underground movement. How far? Rotor asked. Farther than I can read clearly. Stronger than the seasonal projection. Cassian rose. What pattern? Multiple groups. Burrowing signatures and surface impact. Moving southwest, toward the usual pass, Mira placed a map on the table. Toward Ironvale, scouts departed within the hour. The first returned before dawn with a dead horse and blood across one sleeve. Stonehorn herds north of the ridge, he reported. Tunnel maw traces along the dry channels, cinderbacks behind them. More movement beyond sight. Rotor moved markers across the defense map. The black tide should pass 6 miles east. It changed direction, Mira said. Civic Works analysts overlaid the city's heat routes, mine vibrations, water discharge, night lighting, and recorded magical activity. The converging lines pointed toward Ironvale. The city had become louder through the ground. Warmer in winter. Brighter at night. Its water flowed where old channels had been dry. The infrastructure that saved Ironvale had turned it into a beacon. Cassian entered the emergency council wearing field armor. My soldiers reinforced the western wall. Royal Command assumes control of all strategic operators until the migration passes. Vesper stood before he finished. No, this is not a contract dispute. Then do not use the emergency to suspend the charter. I require immediate deployment. Authority, you require cooperation. I require certainty. You will not obtain certainty by placing chains beside pressure valves. Cassian looked toward Theo. My offer now includes forces already inside your walls. Reject command transfer, and divided orders may kill more people than the tide. The argument was rational. So was Vesper's refusal. Theo studied the defense map. Shared command. Cassian's jaw tightened. Define it. Military forces coordinate under agreed objectives. Rotor and your officers establish defensive priorities. District commanders act locally if central signals fail. Witch operators remain under consent and shut down protections. The Witch Assembly assigns representatives to strategic planning. No emergency ownership. An operator may refuse during attack? Yes. Then a district may fall because one person stops. Or survive because she reports saturation before the system ruptures. Cassian glanced toward the foundry ruins. Theo continued. You wanted war to test whether our rules survive pressure. They cannot pass by being suspended before the test begins. The commissioner looked at Rotor. Can you command under that structure? Yes. Can you guarantee obedience? No commander can. Can you guarantee communication? No. Cassian turned to Vesper. Will the assembly commit operators? The assembly will ask them. I need an answer now. You need honest answers more than fast ones. The first distant impact rolled through the mountains. Cassian looked toward the window. Shared command, he said. Provisionally. Evacuation planning failed within 2 hours. There were not enough carts. The southern road could not move 18,000 residents before contact. Water stations along the route were inadequate for the enlarged population. The black tide's leading creatures could overtake anyone caught outside the walls. Theo addressed the city from Execution Square. We can move children, injured residents, and some families before the northern road closes. We cannot evacuate everyone safely. Fear moved through the crowd. He did not bury the truth beneath heroic language. Available transport will leave under guard. No one is ordered to remain. No one is promised that leaving is safer. Some families chose the road. Others refused to separate. Merchants departed with carts, then surrendered cargo space when guards ordered priority for people. Marta placed Nia on an evacuation wagon. Nia climbed down before departure. I am not assigned to battle, she said, but the water teams need runners who understand the controls. Marta looked ready to drag her back by force. Then she looked toward the city that had returned her daughter after the awakening. You stop when the instructor says, yes, you do not prove anything. Yes, you come home. Nia could not promise that. She hugged her mother instead. Marta stayed. The emergency authority received public ratification before sunset. Workers, guilds, temple staff, civic officials, soldiers, and district leaders accepted the shared structure. The Witch Assembly voted separately. Vesper read the result. Witch residents choose to defend Ironvale under the charter. Participation remains voluntary. Shutdown rights remain active. No operator becomes military property. Cassian stood beside his officers. Vesper looked toward them. Choosing to defend a home is not the same as being deployed by an owner. For the first time, Cassian did not answer. Ironvale converted itself for siege. Mira extended resonance lines through walls, streets, mine supports, and defensive channels. Fixed metal plates allowed trained operators to compare underground signals without remaining at one central station. Rotor divided command among the Western Wall, Northern Mine, Riverside Works, Civic Works, Clinic District, and Keep. Each received runners, signal bells, written priorities, and authority to act if Theo disappeared. The thermal network acquired emergency sinks and fire breaks. Crews completed the alternate valve corridor discovered by Cassian's engineers. Iris mapped a path from the surface reservoirs toward the North Mine and the sealed flooded deep. Bram studied the line. You intend to use that chamber? Only if every surface sink fills, Iris said. Can it hold the heat? We do not know. Theo looked at her. She held his gaze. No hidden margin, she said. No. The flooded deep remained an emergency unknown. Not a reserve to spend early. Pressure teams tested hydraulic gates, mine seals, and lower wall channels. Nia operated only the smallest training station beside adult workers. Each exercise ended before strain. Selene and Helena prepared medical sorting stations across 2 districts so one contaminated clinic could not end treatment. Sealed venom beds waited at Riverside Works. Clean water reserves moved into guarded underground storage. Lena directed farmers to strengthen root systems around earthworks using designated donor plots. She refused any plan that consumed seed fields needed after the siege. Tessa organized repair teams with stone, timber, mortar, braces, and replacement plates already positioned near the walls. No one calls me to hold a broken tower while they search the city for material, she said. But Bram divided standardized parts among district stores. Garrick objected to scattering valuable inventory. Then the central warehouse route was marked as an obvious attack corridor. He approved the distribution. At the North Mine, workers reopened the prepared shaft above the flooded deep. The vent led toward a barren ravine beyond the northern wall. If emergency heat entered the chamber, pressure operators could direct steam through the shaft. The release might draw cinderbacks away from the city. It might also collapse damaged tunnel maw passages, or rupture the mine. Every possibility entered the plan. Nothing was called safe because it was necessary. The final evening before contact belonged to inspections, rationing, and brief conversations. People had delayed when tomorrow felt guaranteed. Mira found Theo alone in the Keep's map room. She closed the door. I dislike unresolved matters before battles. The western wall repair is complete. I am not discussing stone. Theo understood. Mira had shown attraction openly for months while leaving him enough room to treat it as humor. She removed that refuge. I want you, she said. Not because you opened a cage, not because you gave me a title. I chose both before knowing whether I liked you. Theo stepped closer. Mira, if you say this is complicated, I will demonstrate resonance on your desk. It is reinforced, then it will be educational. He smiled despite the approaching tide. I want you to. Better. She kissed him before he could turn the answer into a policy. When they separated, she tapped the map. My office remains mine. Yes, my judgment at the mine remains independent. Yes. And if you become insufferable, I retain the right to leave. That clause appears very popular. It exists because of you. Selene waited in the corridor when Mira left. Mira smiled at her. You were next. Selene closed her eyes briefly. This is why legal proceedings have doors. Mira continued down the hall. Selene entered the map room. I intended a more dignified conversation. I can pretend that did not happen. You cannot. No. She stood opposite Theo. My condition remains unchanged. I want you. I also intend to judge against you whenever law requires it. I would expect nothing less. That sentence will irritate me when the first real conflict occurs. Probably. Selene touched his hand. I am not joining an arrangement designed by noble custom. Neither am I. Iris and Mira must agree openly. Not merely tolerate it because you are Lord Is, and each relationship remains separate. No one becomes dependent upon another woman's consent to speak to you, work, leave, or hold office. Yes. Selene studied his face. You sound relieved to receive rules. I am. That may be your most concerning trait. She kissed him more gently than Mira had. The restraint did not make it less certain. Lena found Theo outside the southern storehouse before he returned to Civic Works. Seed sacks had been moved underground for the siege. The donor plots beyond the wall were already marked by how much growth could be spent, and how much had to survive. "You left my seed fields off the emergency use list," she said. "You said they were for after the siege. That has not stopped people asking? No? And if the wall breaks, then destroying next season's food will not repair it." Lena studied him. Months earlier, Theo would have asked how much of the reserve could be consumed before the damage became unacceptable. This time he had carried her limit into the war plan unchanged. "You finally learned to leave something alive for tomorrow," she said. "I had expensive teachers. Some of us charge in vegetables." He smiled. Lena did too, then became serious. "If we survive this, I do not want to remain only the woman who keeps Ironvale fed." Theo waited. "I want the fields, the work, my own authority." Her eyes held his. "And I want you." The words were warm, not hesitant. Theo stepped closer. "I want you too." "Good." She touched his cheek, then kissed him once. When she moved back, her hand remained against his for a moment. "My judgment over the fields remains mine. Yes. And affection does not turn every harvest request into permission." "Yes," Lena's smile returned. "You really do like rules." "Recently, yes." "Then come." Iris asked for all of us. Iris summoned all 5 of them to Civic Works. Not a bedroom, not a private garden. The same design room where their relationships had grown through disagreements that mattered. "No hidden partners," she said. Mira leaned against the table. "I had no intention of hiding." "I know." Selene placed a written page beside the thermal plans. Iris looked at it. "You drafted terms?" "I clarified expectations," Mira laughed. Theo did not. He had learned better. They spoke without pretending affection, erased jealousy, rank, unequal time, or public scrutiny. Iris would not become the senior woman because she arrived first. Mira would not turn discomfort into jokes and call the matter solved. Lena would not let affection turn her work, fields, or care for ordinary families into something Theo could claim. Selene would not use law to govern private affection. Theo would not promise identical relationships when the women were different people. Any of them could leave. No office, wage, sanctuary status, or charter authority depended upon romance. When they finished, Iris looked around the table. "This may fail." Selene nodded. "Consent does not guarantee compatibility." Mira reached across and took Iris' hand. "It does improve the starting conditions." Iris allowed the contact. Lena placed her hand beside Mira's. Then Iris held out her other hand to Selene. Theo stood across from them. Mira looked at him. "You may join." The moment gave them no certainty beyond choice. With the black tide approaching, that was enough. The first tunnel Moss signal entered the northern resonance line before dawn. Mira was already at the station. 3 small signatures beneath the abandoned approach. Rotor sent mine teams to the prepared gates. Cassian deployed Royal soldiers beside them without changing operator command. Pressure crews opened the first hydraulic channel. Water drove through the abandoned tunnel. The ground buckled beyond the northern wall. One tunnel maw burst partly through the surface before the collapsing passage dragged it back beneath stone. Soldiers cheered. Mira did not. Her hands remained on the resonance plate. "What?" Theo asked. The first group stopped. That was the objective. They were not the main vibration. Something deeper entered the line. The metal plate hummed beneath her palms. Tools rattled across the station. Bells began sounding from the western wall. 1. Then, every tower answered. Theo climbed the wall beside Rotor and Cassian. The northern horizon moved. Stone horns filled the lower slopes in dark ranks. Smaller creatures ran between them. Dust rose behind the migration until mountain and sky became one advancing shadow. The black tide had not sent scouts. It had sent its leading edge. A stone horn broke ahead of the herd and charged the western wall. Its plated skull struck the repaired stone. The impact threw men from their feet. Beneath them, tunnel maws began digging. The second impact struck before the wall crews regained their feet. Stone cracked along the western parapet. A brace twisted from its mount and flew across the walkway. Rotor dragged one soldier down before it passed where his chest had been. "Clear the damaged section," he shouted. "Second supports forward." The stone horn below backed away from the wall. It was larger than a draft horse, its body covered in layered gray plates, and its skull shaped around one blunt horn thick enough to shatter masonry. Blood ran from a crack in its armor. It lowered its head again. Cassian raised one arm. Royal archers fired. Most arrows broke against the plates. Several entered the softer joints near its shoulders, but the creature continued its charge. The third impact drove the western wall inward by half a hand. Below the noise, Theo felt another vibration pass through the stone. Not an impact. Movement. A resonance runner reached the parapet. Tunnel groups divided beneath the northern district. Mira requests confirmation before redirecting teams. "How many groups?" Rotor asked. "4. Perhaps 5. Echoes are crossing through the old shafts." Rotor looked toward his district map. "The false signals will pull every reserve underground," Theo said. "Let the resonance stations compare arrival times. No redeployment from the wall until they identify a continuous path." Cassian glanced at him. "You are not ordering Mira directly? She has better information." The stone horn charged again. Rotor pointed toward the lower defenses. "Open Channel 1 pressure crews, release the first hydraulic gate." Water surged through a stone-lined trench beneath the wall. The creature's front legs struck the sudden flow, slipped and turned beneath its own momentum. It crashed beside the prepared barrier instead of into the masonry. Soldiers drove heavy spears into the gaps beneath its plates. The stone horn thrashed once, then stopped. No one celebrated. The rest of the herd had reached the outer fields. At the northern resonance station, Mira pressed both hands against a network plate connected to the mine supports. Movement traveled through metal, stone, timber, and ground. Signals crossed. 3 heavy patterns came from the north. A 4th appeared beneath the eastern houses, close enough to trigger immediate evacuation. Mira frowned. "Strike the eastern plate." An operator obeyed. The test vibration traveled through the district and returned. The supposed burrow moved at the same instant. "Echo," Mira said. "The old drainage channel is reflecting the northern signal." A district commander removed the eastern marker. "Then the families can return?" "No. Keep them outside until the next comparison. A real burrow may use the same channel." She followed the northern groups. 2 remained inside abandoned tunnels. 1 moved through untouched ground. The final pattern disappeared. Mira shifted her hands. "Where did it go?" A second operator checked the lower plate. "No return." The floor jolted beneath them. A roar rose 3 streets away. The missing tunnel maw erupted through a dry ventilation shaft, absent from the surviving mine maps. Its wedge-shaped head broke through a warehouse floor. Pale plates covered its snout, and its mouth opened sideways around rings of grinding teeth. People fled through the front entrance. The creature struck the rear wall and brought part of the roof down between them and the street. The northern district commander did not wait for Theo. He ordered the block cleared, closed the connected mine gates, and sent Tessa's repair team through the adjacent alley. Tessa reached the warehouse while dust still poured through the broken roof. "Do not touch the rear stones," she told the miners. "They are carrying the upper wall." She placed both hands against the largest fracture. The separated masonry pulled together. Her adhesion did not restore what had fallen. It kept the remaining section from following. Miners dragged trapped civilians through the gap. Others installed timber braces and cut into the floor around the shaft. The tunnel maw rammed the supports from below. Tessa's mark brightened along her arms. "Faster!" "Last civilian clear," a guard called. The miners withdrew and released the preloaded collapse charges. The branch beneath the warehouse came down in stages. Stone filled the dry shaft. The creature's grinding roar ended beneath the final collapse. Tessa released the wall. The new braces took the load. No one asked her to keep holding it forever. At the resonance station, Mira tracked the impact until it disappeared. Another operator touched her shoulder. "Your mark is past rotation." "I can still read." "You wrote the rotation rule. An irritating decision. Move." Mira almost refused. Then she looked at the amber lines reaching above her elbows. She removed her hands. The replacement operator took the plate before the connection went silent. Her readings were less precise. They were enough. Mira sat beside the station while a physician checked her pupils and pulse. The underground map continued changing without her. That was the success. The western wall endured 6 more impacts before the first standard brace failed. Bram's replacement teams arrived before the next strike. They did not cross the city from one central warehouse. Iron plates, pins, timber supports, and tools had already been distributed through local stores. Workers replaced the brace while archers and soldiers held the parapet. Tessa's teams moved from the northern breach to the western wall in rotating groups. They strengthened new joints only after masons removed shattered stone. Lena stood below the earthworks with farmers, and 2 protected donor plots behind her. The soil shook beneath every stone horn impact. Root systems had begun tearing where the wall met the slope. She placed her palms against the prepared ground. Growth moved. The donor vegetation withered in visible waves. Green roots beneath the earthworks thickened, crossed, and bound loose soil around the foundations. The next impact sent dust from the wall. The slope held. A farm worker looked toward the dead donor beds. There goes the spring cover crop, not the seed fields, Lena said. We kept those. A second herd turned toward the same section. Lena released the ground before her witch mark reached saturation. Ordinary stakes now. The roots bought us time. Workers drove sharpened timber into the lower channel. Above them, royal troops fought beside Ironvale's militia. Cassian soldiers entered local signal rotations instead of waiting for orders from the keep. When a red flag rose above the third tower, both forces shifted archers toward the prepared channel. The system did not ask which uniform deserved the wall. A stone horn climbed over the bodies of its herd and reached an outer platform. The structure tilted under its weight. 8 soldiers remained beyond the breaking joint. A royal officer shouted for them to hold. Rotter overruled him. Abandon the platform. We lose the ballista. We already lost it. The soldiers retreated across the narrow bridge. The last man cleared it as the platform broke away from the wall and vanished beneath the herd. Rotor ordered the bridge cut. No one died defending a weapon that could no longer fire. The second hydraulic gate opened. Water swept through the lower channel, struck the timber stakes, and spread into a broad sheet of mud. The stone horns lost formation. Some turned downslope. Others entered the killing lane one at a time. The wall remained under pressure. It stopped taking the entire herd at once. Then the foundry alarms began. Cinderbacks had reached the industrial district. They ran low to the ground on 6 powerful limbs. Black scales split by orange cracks as if embers burned beneath their skin. Ordinary fire arrows only made them brighter. They followed the heat of working metal, stored reservoirs, and hot stone. Workers abandoned the exterior furnace yard as the first pack crossed the rail line. Iris reached thermal control. Shut every foundry in sequence. The production supervisor stared at the wall indicators. We need weapon repairs. Cinderbacks feed on heat. The district is guiding them. If we cool the forge, wall crews lose parts. If we keep it hot, the pack enters Civic Works. The supervisor closed the first furnace. Bram ordered portable charcoal stations prepared behind the second defensive line. Less efficient, harder to supply, not concentrated enough to call the entire pack toward one building. Iris redirected stored heat from the foundry district into the northern emergency route. The first reservoir cooled. Frost spread across its outer stones. The transfer path warmed toward the mine. Outside, several cinderbacks slowed. Their heads turned north. The second reservoir emptied into the same route. The pack divided. Half continued toward the fading foundry heat. The rest followed the stronger signature beneath the northern streets. Iris stopped before the route reached full load. Hold it there. An operator checked the sync indicator. The northern line can take more. The destination is still closed. We are moving the beacon, not filling an unknown chamber. The remaining cinderbacks struck the industrial barricade. Soldiers held them with long spears, while workers released stored water across the stones. Sudden cooling cracked scales already stressed by the creature's internal heat. Bram's crews attacked the exposed joints. The district survived. The heat remained inside the city. Riverside Works sounded its alarm next. Venom crawlers entered through open water channels. They were smaller than the other creatures, each the length of a man, with translucent claws and swollen sacs along their backs. The first bodies burst beneath defensive bolts and released dark fluid into the river branch. Water workers closed the exposed intake, too late for the contamination already entering the settling beds. Selene stood beside the prepared separation channels. Open receiver 1. Workers released the first sealed bed. Dark threads gathered inside the flowing water and moved into charcoal and mineral media selected during earlier tests. The main clean water reserve remained isolated. Venom concentration rose. Receiver 1 darkened. Switch. The second bed opened before the first closed completely, preserving flow. Medical crews filled sealed containers from the clean outlet. A crawler struck the outer barrier and ruptured against the channel wall. A wave of venom entered the system. The second receiving container cracked. A thin green-black line appeared along its ceramic side. Selene saw it before the workers did. Shut the separation path. A royal supply officer stepped between her and the control. The wall stations need water. The receiver is failing? Use another bed. The path remains contaminated between them. We cannot cut output. Selene reached for the shutdown. The officer caught her wrist. Helena removed his hand. Release the operator. Inquisitor. Military necessity. Does not repair a cracked poison vessel. We need the water. You will receive less water through the backup system. If this ruptures, you receive none. Helena closed the main separation path herself. The clean water output fell. Ordinary charcoal, sand, settling, and boiling systems continued at reduced capacity while potters replaced the damaged receiver. Selene did not absorb the escaping venom into her body. The right to stop survived the moment it became most expensive. Helena looked toward the royal officer. Record your objection after the line is safe. He did. The city continued fighting with fewer water deliveries. It remained alive to receive them. The first wall breach destroyed the central signal junction. A stone-horn body crashed through an outer tower, bringing stone and timber down across the bell cables. The keep's indicator board went dark across 3 districts. Reports reached Theo in fragments. The west wall needed braces. The north mine requested pressure crews. The clinic district reported fire. Riverside Works had lost output. A runner asked which problem received priority. Theo looked at the silent board. Months earlier, he would have issued orders toward every gap, trying to make the whole city pass through his judgment. Now he said, district commands follow the ratified plan. Send only confirmed information. No overrides. The runner hesitated. What if they choose differently? They know their district. Across Ironvale, leaders acted without him. Rotor abandoned another wall platform and reinforced the inner channel. Mira's replacement operator redirected miners toward a real burrow instead of a reflected signal. Selene preserved the main clean water reserve. Lena refused to consume the seed fields even when the earthworks weakened. Bram shifted weapon repairs to decentralized charcoal stations. Tessa chose which structures could be saved and which had to be abandoned. Vesper entered a burning support corridor beneath Civic Works. Iron plates were oxidizing beneath combined moisture and heat. The corridor would fail before workers removed the trapped equipment. Vesper placed one hand against the nearest support. Her power did not extinguish the flames. Oxidation slowed. Oxidation slowed. Red scale stopped spreading across the iron. Workers pulled the equipment free and bolted a replacement plate over the weakened section. Vesper released the support before her mark reached saturation. The corridor remained open long enough for evacuation. Cassian watched reports arrive through secondary resonance plates, runners, flags, and local bells. The city is functioning without central command, he said. Theo looked toward the blank indicator board. That was the design. No ruler designs himself to be unnecessary. I am not unnecessary. Then what are you? Theo took the next verified report. Available. A thermal alarm sounded beneath Civic Works, not a district warning. Every segmented reservoir had begun approaching capacity. Theo and Cassian reached the control room together. Heat maps covered the central table. The segmented system had prevented another cascade. Each district remained isolated. Isolation could not solve the final problem. Every sink was filling. Fires fed heat into defensive lines. Hospital refrigeration removed heat from medicine stores and patients. Pumps, foundries, repair furnaces, and water systems generated more. Repeated transfers had moved danger without destroying it. The city had nowhere left to put what survival produced. Iris stood over the thermal map. Foundry reserve reaches saturation first. Release heat outside, Cassian said. Through which path? She asked. The western wall is under attack. Surface vents would turn the inner streets into an oven and call every cinderback toward them. Shut the foundry. Portable repair stations still feed the local sink. Shut those. Then wall repairs stop. Selene arrived from Riverside Works. The medicine systems cannot shut down. Burn treatment and venom storage require cooling. A pressure runner entered. North mine pumps must remain active. Tunnel gates are holding water against 2 occupied branches. Every system had a reason. It could not stop. The central reserve moved another mark toward saturation. Iris pointed to the road beneath the city. The flooded deep. Theo looked at the dark line ending beneath the north mine. We do not know its capacity. We know the surface sinks do not have enough. Throughput? Beyond anything we tested. Cassian studied the route. If it fails, copper lines rupture, mine water flashes into steam. Pressure breaks through an uncontrolled shaft. And if we do nothing, Iris marked the districts in order. Foundry fire. Clinic cooling loss. Pump caesura. Wall systems failing after them. Theo ordered evacuation of the industrial district and every mine branch above the flooded deep route. Rotor shifted soldiers away from the northern vent ravine. Pressure teams opened the prepared gates. The city moved because the plan already existed. Theo turned to Iris. You disconnected saturation? She read the load. If I transfer in short stages, the first surface reservoir ruptures before the deep absorbs enough. Then we abandon the foundry district. The return paths carry clinic and pump heat too. We no longer have time to separate everything. There must be another operator. No one with my capacity. We divide the path. That divides control, not throughput. The indicator climbed. Iris met his eyes. You asked me once whether I would stay if the city depended on me. I said I would let you leave. You did. This is not the same choice. No. She placed both hands against the control plates. This one is mine. Theo stood as mine. Close enough to see faint blue lines beneath her wrists. Begin evacuation first. It has begun. You stop when I order it. No, the answer contained no anger, only clarity. You may order the city, Iris said. You do not order my body. The charter remained real even here. Especially here. Theo moved away from the controls. Iris opened the route. The city groaned. He'd left the foundry reservoir first. Frost raced across its outer stone and climbed the copper supports. The transfer entered the trunk line beneath Civic Works, passed through the old industrial district, and descended toward the north mine. Every junction struck once as metal expanded. Then the heat reached the flooded deep. Far below Ironvale, black water began to warm. At the surface, the first saturated reservoir dropped. Clinic cooling stabilized. Pump mechanisms released from thermal strain. The wall repair stations continued operating. The deep accepted more. Its water temperature climbed faster than the surface indicators fell. Pressure rising beneath the sealed shaft. A mine runner reported. Open the first vent stage, Iris said. At the north mine, adult pressure operators controlled the main gates. Nia stood at the smallest auxiliary station beneath direct supervision. Water hammered through the connected lines. Hold the side gate, the instructor told her. No more than the training mark. Nia transferred pressure into the open relief channel. The gate steadied. Her witch mark brightened. Release, the instructor ordered. Nia obeyed immediately. An adult operator replaced her before the pressure changed again. Marta pulled Nia away from the station. The girl looked toward the shaking gauges. I can still help. You did, Marta said. Now you stop. The city did not prove its values by sacrificing her. The second vent stage opened. Steam climbed the northern shaft. At first it emerged as white mist. Then the release became a roaring column visible above the wall. Cinderbacks across the industrial district turned toward it. Creatures outside Ironvale changed course. The steam beacon drew them toward the barren northern ravine, away from homes and clinics. Beneath the ground, heat expanded water inside damaged tunnel maw passages. Steam and pressure found fractures already weakened by collapses. One burrow failed, then another. Mira felt the changes from the resonance station. 3 underground groups stopped. The replacement operator looked at her. Dead, buried, or diverted, keep monitoring. The plan worked. The city's accumulated heat had become a weapon without being created for war. It was still filling Iris. Blue-white light spread from her hands to her elbows. Strain became saturation. Her breathing broke. Theo saw the change. Disconnect. Iris shook her head. The foundry reserve is not clear. It is below rupture. The clinic line is still feeding the trunk. Disconnect. Her witch mark flashed. A crack of blue light crossed one shoulder. Rupture. Theo reached for the manual lever. Mira caught his arm. If you break the path now, the return heat goes into Civic Works. She is rupturing. Selene stepped between him and the controls. She knows. I will not stand here while she dies. And you will not turn her choice into permission to kill everyone she is saving. Another one she is saving. Blue crack crossed Iris' back. Theo called her name. She looked toward him. Pain had stripped every expression from her face except determination. I'm not doing this because I owe you, she said. I know. Not because the city gave me a room. I know. Not because witches must prove we deserve to live. I know, though, that because witches must prove we deserve to live. I know. Control plates trembled beneath her hands. This is my home. The final surface reservoir began to fall. Theo stopped fighting Mira's grip. He stood where Iris could see him, then come back to it. Iris closed her eyes. He crossed the final path. The flooded deep boiled along its upper chamber. Steam burst through the northern vent with enough force to tear loose part of the shaft cap. The column brightened beneath reflected fire. Cinderbacks poured toward the ravine. Stonehorns near the western wall broke formation as the stronger thermal signature pulled part of the tide north. Tunnel maws abandoned collapsing burrows. The last foundry indicator dropped below saturation. The clinic line cleared. The pumps held. Iris's witch mark burned white. Then every line went dark. She collapsed. Theo caught her before her head struck the floor. Her skin was cold, too cold. Selena was beside them immediately. Move her away from the contact plates. Mira cleared the cables. A physician entered with the treatment team already waiting outside. Theo carried Iris to the prepared cot. The physician checked breath and pulse. Both remained, weak, present. Outside, the black tide divided around the steam beacon. The western herd lost pressure against the wall. Roder and Cassian organized a limited counterattack against creatures already inside the defenses. Soldiers did not charge the migration. They cleared streets, sealed breaches, and pushed survivors toward the routes the tide was already following. Bram's decentralized repair stations kept weapons and braces moving. Tessa's crews closed the northern warehouse breach. Lena's strengthened earthworks held through the final Stonehorn impacts. Vesper preserved the last exposed support corridor long enough for civilians to cross. Riverside Works restored full clean water output after replacing the cracked receiver. The central signal remained dead. The districts continued. By dawn, the northern ravine was hidden beneath steam, broken earth, and the bodies of heat-drawn creatures. The main migration split around Ironvale. Some groups turned east. Others passed north of the wall toward the artificial beacon. The monsters already inside were trapped, killed, or driven out through open channels. The black tide did not vanish. It failed to break the city. Theo returned to the clinic after the final western breach closed. Iris had not woken. The pale lines of her witch mark remained visible beneath the skin, but no light moved through them. Selene sat beside the bed. Her temperature is stable. Her power. Selene did not answer immediately. That was the answer. She survived burnout, she said. We will test nothing until she wakes. Theo sat on the other side. Mira entered with one arm bound from resonance strain. Lena followed after, confirming the seed fields remained untouched. None of them told Theo to leave. None pretended waiting could alter the result. Iris opened her eyes near midday. She looked at the ceiling, then at Theo. The network. Held. Foundry. Damaged. Standing? Clinic cooling? Working? Mine pumps? Working? Only after receiving the system report did she look at her hands. She touched 2 fingers to the metal bed rail. Nothing happened. No frost. No warmth. No change. Iris closed her eyes. Theo did not tell her that magic did not define her. The words were true. They were also too easy while she was discovering what had been lost. It is gone, Selene said. Iris opened her eyes again. Permanently. We believe so. Relief reached her first. The city had survived. Grief followed. Then fear. What happens to Civic Works? Bram answered from the doorway. You approved the new reservoir spacing after you stopped frightening the physicians. He entered with 3 damaged plans beneath one arm. Selena stared at him. She woke less than a minute ago. I did not ask her to stand. Bram placed the plans on the table where Iris could see them. The northern trunk held, 2 joints deformed. 1 district route needs replacement. The vent control was an embarrassment. Iris looked at the drawings despite herself. You used the wrong expansion brace. The installed one was available, and now is bent. Yes. She touched the marked section with an ordinary finger. Replace both sides. If you reinforce only the failed joint. The next load moves stress to the older plate. Bram nodded. I told them the same. You said the vent was an embarrassment. It nearly tore the shaft open. It carried the pressure. Poorly, they argued for several minutes. When Bram left, 2 Civic Works operators waited outside with questions about safe restart conditions. They addressed Iris as chief engineer. No one asked whether she still possessed thermal transfer. Cashin's final inspection took 3 days. He reviewed every wartime decision. The false resonance signal. Mira's rotation. Selene's shutdown. Helena enforcing operator authority against a royal officer. Rotor abandoning lost positions. Local commands continuing after the central junction failed. Nia leaving her station at Strain. Iris choosing the final transfer. Ironvale's systems had not succeeded because every person obeyed one ruler. They succeeded because authority remained close to information, and no single failure ended the city. Cassian presented his finding in the council chamber. Crown ownership would have simplified deployment. Vesper folded her arms. And it would also have centralized control. The destroyed signal junction would have delayed orders across every district. Operators under compulsory command may have concealed strain to avoid discipline. Riverside Works might have ruptured its receiving bed because a royal officer demanded output, Helena said. He did. Cassian looked toward her. You removed his hand from the operator. Yes. Your report describes the act more gently. I'm precise when useful. Cassian almost smiled. He turned to Theo. I will recommend that Ironvale retain its charter under national reporting and safety standards, Vesper said. Standards cannot include ownership, transfer, or compulsory deployment. They will include incident reporting. External inspection, compatible signal procedures, and published limits? Theo nodded. Ironvale will share safety standards. It will not sign agreements denying bodily ownership or departure. Cassian closed his report. I expected you to reject every Crown condition. Some are good. That answer will make you difficult to portray as rebellious. I am devastated. The Crown recognized Ironvale's military contribution, restructured its debt, and accepted the Witch Charter as part of the city's protected local law. The assessment did not erase the dead, restore Iris power, or rebuild the wall. It prevented survival from being converted into surrender. The final social test came during the compensation and salary review. A royal administrative official examined Civic Works' staffing ledger. Iris remains listed as chief engineer with residence, salary, medical support, and profit participation. Yes, Theo said. Her thermal capacity is now absent. Yes, then the strategic basis for those benefits no longer exists. The room became quiet. Iris sat at the engineering table with her burned-out mark visible beneath one sleeve. Theo began to answer. A water operator spoke first from the back of the room. Her right to live here was never rent paid with magic. The official turned. The woman held his gaze. She is one of us. Losing her power did not cancel that. Bram stepped in front of Theo. And she isn't a thermal capacity. The official looked at the ledger. The original appointment. She isn't an asset, Bram said. She is our chief engineer. Workers behind him. Workers behind him. Workers behind him. Voiced agreement. Foundry crews. Water operators. Mine mechanics. The physicians whose cooling systems she had designed. The district supervisors who had followed her shutdown plans. Garrick placed the guild's seal beside her professional appointment. The Witch Assembly placed its own. The Civic Council confirmed the contract under the Charter Clause protecting status after power loss. Theo never issued an order. The official withdrew the objection because Ironvale's institutions had already answered it. Iris looked toward Bram. You once said I was not a smith. You are not. You are ruining the moment. I am protecting professional standards. She laughed. The sound broke something open in the room. Recovery occupied the following weeks. Iris redesigned the thermal network so no future operator could repeat her city-scale transfer. Larger emergencies would require distributed loads, additional sinks, automatic route limits, and evacuation before one body became the final control. Mira became permanent director of mining survey and structural safety. She reopened no tunnel without evidence and kept the flooded deep sealed behind monitored gates. Selene became an independent civic judge and principal guardian of the Witch Charter. Her office remained separate from Theo's administration, and her first month included a ruling against one of his emergency procurement decisions. She enjoyed delivering it more than necessary. Lena retained authority over Ironvale's agricultural program. Donor plots, compost yards, protected seed fields, and ordinary farming remained under her direction. Affection gave Theo no permission to spend next year's harvest. Vesper led the Independent Witch Assembly and continued challenging both the Lord and the Crown. Roeder rebuilt defense around district autonomy, secondary signals, and infrastructure crews. Bram and Garrick expanded apprenticeships combining ordinary craft with power-specific safety. Tessa trained construction crews to prepare material before calling for magical support. Marta watched Nia continue her education without chains, industrial contracts, or pressure to become a symbol. Theo, Iris, Mira, Lena, and Selene acknowledged their relationship publicly without turning it into a reward ceremony. Some citizens approved, some mocked, some predicted disaster. The five of them did not claim certainty. They claimed choice. Iris remained closest to Theo through the systems they had built and broken together. Mira refused solemnity whenever it became self-important. Lena protected the ordinary life their city needed after every crisis. Selene ensured love did not become an exception to law. No woman surrendered her office. No relationship became payment for sanctuary. Ironvale reopened its markets beneath repaired walls. Clean water flowed through Riverside Works. Medicine remained cooled. Mechanical lifts served the mine. Standardized parts traveled to neighboring territories. Food stores recovered. Merchants returned because the city expected to die had survived the black tide. Other rulers requested Ironvale's engineers in training. Selene attached conditions to every agreement. Voluntary magical labor, legal personhood, non-transferable contracts, the right to refuse, freedom to leave. Some territories rejected the terms. Ironvale rejected their requests. The city grew more slowly because of it. It grew without selling the people who made growth possible. Months later, a lone young woman reached the northern gate. One broken restraint still hung from her wrist. Her clothes were torn from travel, and dried blood marked the iron where she had struggled free. She stopped when the gate officer approached. "What territory?" he asked. She flinched. "I did not steal anything." "I did not ask that. I can work." The officer looked at the broken restraint. "I am sure the registry will want to hear what happened." Her eyes moved toward the pipes crossing above the gate. The repaired towers, the lift mechanisms, and the distant glow of Civic Works. Women with visible witch marks walked through the market without guards. Ordinary workers argued with them over materials, schedules, and prices. No one lowered their voice when a witch disagreed. The young woman held out her marked hand. "My power is—" The officer opened the citizenship register. "What is your name?" She stopped. No court had asked that before asking who owned her. No guard had asked before demanding what she could do. Her hand lowered. "Anya?" The officer wrote it first. "Welcome to Ironvale." Anya. The gate opened. She entered the city as a person before anyone asked about her power.